At the start of 2021, we were proud when EY set a bold new carbon ambition
to reach net zero in 2025. In line with its science-based target,
EY has started reducing its emissions
and has now reached a major first milestone in that ambition.
Today, we are proud to say that EY is carbon negative.
What that means is that globally, EY now offsets and removes more carbon than it emits.
This is important because the time to collaborate, innovate, and accelerate towards a low-carbon future is now.
The planet's temperature is rising, too far and too fast, and the world needs better answers to this challenge.
That's why we're all so pleased EY has taken steps towards decarbonization through its 7-point carbon action plan.
And investments in 6 high-impact projects that remove or avoid carbon, including forest conservation, reforestation, and regenerative agriculture.
And we are determined to remain carbon negative.
As the world recovers from the COVID-19 pandemic and business travel becomes possible again,
we recognize that every organization has a critical and positive role to play, and every one of us too.
Because climate change is everybody's business.
Getting to carbon negative is one way to create long-term value, but it is just one small part of a much bigger challenge.
That is why EY will support clients and other stakeholders on their decarbonisation journey by investing in solutions, services and people.
To help protect and create values as they become more sustainable too.
And why EY will continue to use its convening power to work with others to help find answers to the climate crisis.
With 300,000 EY people collaborating globally with all stakeholders and ecosystems,
we can address this issue for future generations to come.
Together we can build a better and more sustainable working world.
Με καταπράσινα τοπία, με καθαρές θάλασσες και ακτές, χωρίς σκουπίδια.
Στα καταστήματα Κοσμοτέ και Γερμανός πιστεύουμε ότι είναι υποχρέωσή μας να λειτουργούμε με τρόπο βιώσιμο και κοινωνικά υπεύθυνο. Σημαντικό κομμάτι των δράσεων για το περιβάλλον είναι και η ανακύκλωση. Ήδη εδώ και 10 χρόνια, με τη συμμετοχή των πελατών μας, έχουμε ανακυκλώσει στα καταστήματά μας περισσότερους από 130 τόνους φορητών συσκευών με τα αξεσουάρ τους. Και συνεχίζουμε. Φέτος
ενώνουμε δυνάμεις με την εναλία, στηρίζοντας την πολύ σημαντική περιβαλλοντική της δράση και μέσα από το δικό μας πρόγραμμα ανακύκλωσης στα καταστήματα Κοσμοτέ και Γερμανός.
Είμαστε πολύ χαρούμενοι για τη συνεργασία μας με την Κοσμοτέ, γιατί μας υποστηρίζει έτσι ώστε να κάνουμε μια συστημική και ολοκληρωμένη δράση. Ξεκινώντας από εκπαιδεύσεις στις τοπικές κοινωνίες, ενημερώσεις και εκπαιδεύσεις σε σχολεία, αλλά και καθαρισμούς πλαστικού από θάλασσες και ακτές σε συνεργασία με τις αλληλευτικές κοινότητες.
Έτσι λοιπόν βρισκόμαστε σήμερα εδώ και μαζί με μαθητές από τα σχολεία της περιοχής καθαρίζουμε τις ακτές της Κεφαλονιάς.
Συμμετέχω σε αυτή τη δράση γιατί θέλω το καλοκαίρι μου να κάνω μπάνιο σε μια πεντακάθαρη θάλασσα. Μη λερώνετε το μεγάλο μας σπίτι, τον πλανήτη Γη. Καθαρίστε τον πλανήτη Γη, δεν είναι ντροπή.
Είμαι ψαράς 37 χρόνια. Έχουμε μια πολύ καλή συνεργασία με την εναλία, γιατί παίρνει τα αναλώσιμα δίχτυα μας και τα ανακυκλώνει. Στα πλαίσια αυτής της συνεργασίας, κάποιες μέρες σταματάμε το ψάρεμα και μαζεύουμε πλαστικά από τη θάλασσα.
Μάλιστα δεν μένουμε μόνο εκεί, αλλά φροντίζουμε έτσι ώστε αυτό το πλαστικό να μην καταλήξει εκ νέου στη θάλασσα, αλλά αντίθετα να ενταχθεί στην κυκλική οικονομία και να μετασχηματιστεί σε νέα προϊόντα.
Μέσα από αυτή τη συνεργασία ελπίζουμε ότι θα συνεισφέρουμε κι εμείς στη δημιουργία ενός πλανήτη με λιγότερο πλαστικό, αλλά και στη δημιουργία ενός κόσμου καλύτερου για όλους εμάς.
Θέλουμε ο τόπος μας να είναι με καθαρές θάλασσες και ακτές. Καθαρή μέρα κάθε μέρα, χωρίς σκουπίδια. Θέλουμε ένα καθαρό
Distinguished ministers and ambassadors, dear members and friends of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm Elias Pitunias, Executive Director of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, and it's my pleasure to welcome you all at the first Litter-Free Eastern Mediterranean Forum, an initiative that we hope it will demonstrate at the best the efforts and will of our chambers, the Greek Chamber, but also the Chamber of Israel and Cyprus as well, to first effectively address an issue of great importance for our countries and beyond, and secondly, to mobilize states, business, communities, academia, and everybody else to take actions for the preservation of our sea. The Eastern Mediterranean, our sea, which is considered from all of us to be a source of life, hope, and development, and a symbol of our historical path, our cultural heritage, and our timeless coexistence, it is in great danger. Climate change, combined with increasing industrialization, explosive housing development, and unbridled consumerism, results to environmental pollution with a huge impact on this wonderful, for centuries, Mediterranean ecosystem. The ecological catastrophe that occurs daily is a result not of conjunctural natural phenomena, but mostly the result of human interventions, and mainly irresponsible behaviors. Sewage, industrial waste, and any kind of garbage end up in our sea every day, having a catalytic effect on an ecosystem that has maintained and developed our societies for centuries. In an era of growing environmental awareness and marvelous technological achievements, it is imperative to take collaborative initiatives and formulate the appropriate common frameworks for tackling the problem so that effective actions can be taken which, on one hand, will limit the impact of the problem and, on the other hand, will further awaken and sensitize our societies more broadly. The American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and the Circular Economy are launching today the Litter-Free Eastern Mediterranean Forum in partnership initially with the AmChams of Israel and Cyprus and with the support of their US embassies, governments, academic institutions, organizations, and their corporate members as well. And I'm saying initially because our aim is to enhance further the partnership with the participation of other AmChams and organizations down the road. The scope of this initiative is not only to empower cooperation in favor of the Mediterranean's marine ecosystem, but to lay the foundation for enhancing environmental agility, creating strategic business partnerships, and promoting policies, actions, and best practices for a clean Mediterranean Sea with the support of all the involved countries, businesses, and citizens as well. We have a very interesting agenda for you today with important topics to analyze and discuss with our exceptional lineup of speakers who will share with us their knowledge and expertise. We thank them very much for their participation. Next, we want to thank the companies and organizations who support the forum, our sponsors, EY, Nestlé, and Ote, our supporters, AB, Laskaridis Foundation, Mega Disposables, Piraeus Bank, and Polygreen. In addition, the media partner, the Athenian Macedonians News Agency, and the communication sponsor, Epihiro. We thank them all for their support I thank the members of our Circular Committee for their support, and particularly the chairman, George Kremlis, for his valuable contribution. My colleagues also, Sofia Haidogianou and Frosso Panetta, for the management of the organization of this forum. Special thanks to my counterparts in AmCham Cyprus and Israel, President George Georgiou and Oded Rose, for their partnership. I remind you all that the three AmChams have signed an MOU for collaboration in many subjects, and this forum is one of the first joint activities. George and Oded, many thanks to you and your teams. Finally, all of you who are present here at the conference room, and you who are watching us through web. Now, we have a video message with welcome remarks by the President of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Nikolaos Bakatselos, since he couldn't be with us today. The video, please.
Distinguished guests, dear friends, it is said that overconsumption is the plague of our days, the bane of sustainability, and one of the root causes of the unprecedented climate and environmental crisis that the planet is currently facing. To name one example, which unfortunately hits close to home, marine plastic pollution. One of the most polluted seas in the world, the Mediterranean Sea, is particularly affected by microplastics, which have already entered the food chain and are wreaking havoc on marine and coastal ecosystems and industries, threatening biodiversity, disrupting fisheries and aquaculture, impacting tourism, and directly affecting the quality of life of communities and nations across the Mediterranean, all of which is, of course, intensified by climate change. The time to act is now. Without further delay, we must depart from the traditional linear model of extract, use, discard, and shift to a circular economy. We must embrace the 5 Rs and relearn to refuse, reuse, reduce, repurpose, and recycle products for as long as possible. The challenge is how to implement resource-efficient circular thinking in a way that allows us to effect positive change without, at any point in time, affecting value, but at the same time boosting the bottom line. Achieving this and successfully transitioning to a circular economy is vital to our future. That is why the EU's new Circular Economy Action Plan is one of the main building blocks of the European Green Deal. The American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce is committed to supporting sustainable development goals and contributed to the vision of a waste-free future. We recognize the need to limit over-extraction and overproduction and to drastically reduce waste. With these goals in mind and focusing on the impact of plastic pollution in our seas, we're proud to launch the Litter-Free Eastern Mediterranean Forum, organized by us, the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, in partnership with the American Chamber of Commerce in Cyprus and the Israel-American Chamber of Commerce, and of course with the support of the US embassies, national governments, and other institutions in our 3 countries. The beginning of an ambitious initiative, this forum aims to shed light on the current state of marine pollution in the Eastern Mediterranean and examine ways to limit it. Our approach is twofold. We're calling upon the private sector and businesses to develop and implement innovative environmental solutions, and we are inviting citizens to reflect on the situation and adopt an environmentally conscious mindset. We are, in other words, aiming to lay the groundwork for a sustainable business ecosystem in the region that will contribute to development, stability, and prosperity across Eastern Mediterranean countries. And we will do this by addressing key issues relating to marine plastic pollution, showcasing the latest technologies and best practices, outlining different approaches to limiting this problem and protecting the Mediterranean Sea, and extending the invitation to a growing number of regional AmChams and Mediterranean nations to participate in this initiative each year. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my hope that by creating new regional business partnerships and mobilizing major stakeholders, we can establish a significant platform for regional collaboration focused on enhancing environmental agility, fostering strategic collaborations, and promoting policies, actions, and best practices for a clean Mediterranean Sea. I would sincerely like to thank everyone who contributed to making this very first litter-free Eastern Mediterranean Forum possible, not least our very own Circular Economy Committee, which leads our Chamber's effort to raise awareness and promote circular economy best practices and circular entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I am delighted to welcome you to the first litter-free Eastern Mediterranean Forum. I'm very sorry that I cannot be with you physically, as an unforeseen business engagement requires me to be traveling at the same time that the forum starts, but I will connect remotely, and I look forward to fruitful conversations and thoughtful proposals for action that will help us create a sustainable, litter-free future. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Bakatselos. It's my pleasure now to welcome Mr. Giorgos Georgiou, my friend and president of the American Chamber in Cyprus, for his welcome remarks. Dear friend George, I hope you are in line. Is Mr. Georgiou connected? Hello, George. Good to have you here.
Can you hear me?
Sure. Yes, we do.
Okay, so thank you very much, Elias. So let me first thank the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce for the excellent initiative and organization of this Litter-Free Eastern Mediterranean Forum, following the MOU that Elias mentioned before between AmChams Greece, Israel, and Cyprus, but also leveraging on the excellent relationship between the AmChams of Greece and Cyprus. We are thrilled to join AmChams Greece as a strategic partner in its vision firm through this forum for a litter-free Eastern Mediterranean. We are committed to support the sustainable development goals for this area, but also contributing towards reducing the climate change effects. And we are looking forward to the interesting speeches and conclusions, aiming to share best practices, solutions, while creating awareness and culture building. A growing factor in the region is the tourism, but also the shipping and maritime industry, which we can all collectively make efforts to change the current practices and create a culture towards a zero-waste approach. I wish to all the distinguished speakers and esteemed participants a very interesting conference with useful conclusions and takeout actions. Finally, a special thank you to Ambassador Garper for her continued support to AmChams Cyprus and for accepting our invitation to speak to this forum, but also for her leadership for continued litter-free activities with her staff around Cyprus, including one last weekend. Enjoy the forum.
Thank you very much for the collaboration. We look forward to see you very soon. And now we have a video message by my counterpart, Oded Rose, who is the CEO of the Israel-American Chamber of Commerce. Do we have the video here, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Oded Rose, and I'm the CEO of Israel-America Chamber of Commerce, AmCham Israel. I'm very delighted and thankful to my dear colleague Elias for inviting me to address you at this very important litter-free EastMed conference. I will make a very short presentation of what we do here in Israel to support sustainability. We at Israel-America Chamber of Commerce have about 300 members that make up about 1/3 of the Israeli economy. You can see some of our members listed here. We are very active on many fronts, and sustainability became a very important issue a few years ago. In the last couple of years, we have a sustainability forum that holds together several activities on circular economy, on climate, on ESG, and among other things. And I will say a few words about it We also have activities on healthcare, on taxes, finance, energy, smart cities, and other areas of activities. Our Sustainability Forum has several activities. We have a leadership team that's made up from our members that are all experts in this field. We have 6 separate activities. One is a circular and climate engineering course that we offer all our members, and with the support of the Innovation Authority. This year, we also expanded it to the entire high-tech industry in Israel. We have 3 separate courses going one after the other throughout the year. We are now in the middle of the 2nd course. We have an innovation platform, which I will say a few more words about it in my next slide. We have a plastics recycling group that's been awarded funding from the United Nations to work on soft plastic recycling. We work with the local authorities here, with all the technology companies, and with the recycling authority to find solutions for soft plastic, which is one of the major problems in this problem of plastic in the Mediterranean. We have a work group that is looking on supply chains and how to manage them under Scope 3 requirements, and we are very glad to have a conference on the 22nd of November that you're all invited to, that looks on Scope 3 management. So how you manage your supply chain under requirements from ESG requirements. The last 2 are a work group on regulatory and transportation that is working with the government to improve the regulatory environment here for sustainability, for example, on renewable energy sources and electric car regulation. And the last one is how to prepare for ESG reporting requirements coming up from the United States. So for companies listed on the stock exchange in the United States, or for European requirements on ESG reporting. So we want our members to be prepared for what is coming in the next few years. So we have a work group on that. Just a word on the innovation platform. We launched it last year. We created a community of innovators, and we ask our members to provide challenges in circular economy. We've had about 20 of our members provide about 25 challenges. We opened that for a competition from around the world. And this year we got funding from the United Nations to open this platform further and to make it international. We will be launching this in the next couple of months, and I'm sure you'll hear more about it. I want to wish you a very successful conference today, and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much, Elias, and good luck to your AmCham Greece team. All the best.
As you see, we have an excellent collaboration with all the 3 AmChams. Of course, with many others. We hope that they will join us down the line. And that shows, first of all, the dynamism of the American network here, or the American Chambers network. So I will pass the floor now to Mr. George Kremlis, who is the chair of our circular committee, the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Kremlis, you may join me here.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, State Senator Raptakis, distinguished speakers and guests. We in the Circular Economy Committee of the Hellenic American Chamber are very happy to welcome you, and of course we are very grateful to Mr. Bakatselos and to Mr. Spirtounias for the opportunity that we were given to organize this important forum on the Eastern Mediterranean Forum on a litter-free East Mediterranean. The focus is on litter, as the Mediterranean is heavily polluted, and in particular the Eastern Mediterranean, which is the focus of this forum. And therefore, we wanted to highlight this key challenge that we all have, as the environment has no borders, and as this pollution, the heavy pollution of the Mediterranean, is affecting all of us. It is affecting the quality of our lives. It is affecting our bathing waters, and of course, our tourism industry, which is the heavy industry in the region, but also other activities which are related to the state of the environment. The Eastern Mediterranean, geopolitically and geostrategically, is an extremely important region. There are important energy resources recently discovered in Cyprus, but also in Israel and in Egypt, which, according to my own interpretation, are to be considered and should be European resources in a period of energy scarcity, energy crisis, and scarcity of energy resources. Therefore, it is a region where we need to exploit, on the one hand, all the potential of the energy resources, but on the other hand, to ensure that the state of the environment in this region, which can be heavily impacted not only from land-based pollution through the land pollution and through the floods and the extreme weather phenomena because of the climate crisis, which can lead to transporting waste, solid waste, but also liquid waste, to the marine environment. It is also polluted because of other marine activities, and of course the energy and other future activities in the marine environment can have important impacts on the state of the environment. The title is litter-free, but in reality this forum has a holistic scope. We want to cover practically in a multidisciplinary way and through a knowledge-based approach all the range of the activities with the view to promoting the Eastern Mediterranean as a circular basin, sea basin within the Mediterranean, which is the most important sea of the European Union, the cradle of our civilization. And therefore, the idea is to promote and to highlight all the activities which come under the umbrella of circular economy, being the overarching framework under which green growth, blue economy, and the digital economy are developing. Therefore, this is also a forum of green growth, of blue economy, of circular economy. It covers fisheries and aquaculture. It covers marine transport. It covers new technologies, a new business model, environmental and social governance. President Bakatselos has referred to this new culture that we need to develop in the region. And of course, to share, I am very nucleus of the first stage of this Eastern Mediterranean Forum, which can be further developed with other chambers. For example, the Chamber of Egypt, Lebanon, other chambers in the region, and why not take on board chambers from the south and the north shore of the Mediterranean, as the Mediterranean is a single sea basin. Of course, we are more on the Eastern Mediterranean side. We are starting from there in a step-by-step approach. Our region has more specific problems that we need to highlight. And in that respect, I wanted once again to highlight that litter is the most important source of pollution, land-based, but also marine-based. And of course, within litter, 85% is plastic. We are facing, in the Mediterranean, we are facing a very important problem of plastic pollution, which is now through microplastics affecting also our food chain. You have seen videos on YouTube of sea mammals, of turtles that have been trapped, that have been suffocating because of plastic bags. You have seen in the other oceans, the Pacific and in the Indian, islets of plastics which are floating and which are huge. These are phenomena that our planet is facing, and of course, in the Mediterranean, our priority is to combat litter and plastic pollution, not only to preserve the state of the environment, but also to preserve biodiversity. And biodiversity is extremely important. And in that respect, I would like to add that unfortunately, the climate crisis is increasing the problem. It is increasing the problem because of the rise of the sea level, as a result of the rise of the temperature, because of the extreme weather phenomena, because of invasive alien species, and we have more and more in Greece, which are entering the Aegean and the Mediterranean through the Channel of Suez because of the increase of the temperature. They feel that our seas are becoming tropic, and in that respect, they are attracted. And those alien species, there will be presentations on this issue, are threatening our marine environment, the sea life, and the native species in the region. Therefore, all these important issues will be covered by this forum, and our ambition is to make this forum an institution, as Ilias Spirtounias has mentioned, with the view to meeting with the other American chambers on a regular basis, probably moving also to other countries that can host this initiative, and creating a permanent forum that will involve through the American chambers, the stakeholders and the civil society, and of course all the expertise that we have today in this forum, but also the expertise of the academia, with the view to developing a bottom-up approach, scientific, knowledge-based, which will lead to better policy decisions through the important policy makers represented in this forum, and with the view also to sharing our views with the European Union, with the Union for the Mediterranean, with Europe, and of course with all the countries of
Ms. Maria Olsen. On behalf of our AMSEMS, I want to thank you both for your participation in our forum, which, to our opinion, demonstrates at its best the support of U.S. government towards our initiative, particularly, but more generally, towards activities and actions that, on one hand, are addressing issues related to environment and climate change, and on the other, are aiming in enhancing regional collaborations in all levels for tackling such critical problems of common concern. We will start with your initial remarks. Ambassador Garber, thank you for being with us. Can you hear us, by the way?
Yes, I hope you can hear me. It's a real pleasure to be with you today. Thank you.
Perfectly can hear you. So we will start with your initial remarks, and then we will continue with a short Q&A with a few questions I have prepared for you. So please, Ambassador Garber, can you start with your initial remarks? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. And for everyone, good afternoon from Nicosia. Thank you, Elias. And it's great to my friend and colleague, Maria Olsen, again, even though it's remotely. And a huge thank you to our hosts, the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, the American Chamber of Commerce in Nicosia, and the U.S.-Israeli Chamber of Commerce for organizing this absolutely fantastic event. As many of the speakers that have already gone have noted, we're at a moment right now in time where great ambition is needed to address the danger of climate change and its potentially devastating consequences should we fail to act. Only together will we be able to achieve the essential goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Our oceans, including the Eastern Mediterranean, are especially critical in this effort, from helping to regulate the air we breathe to, as is already pointed out, hosting a wealth of species and biodiversity, to a primary source of protein for millions of people around the world, and not to mention the economic wealth generated by the Eastern Mediterranean, whether facilitating shipping, sustainable fishing, the livelihoods of so many in the region, or for tourism and many, many other areas as well. The United Nations dedicated this decade to protecting our oceans, calling it the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. The United States is seeking to lead by example in this global effort and have been asking countries to join us in action to protect our shared ocean. I look forward to discussing some of the ways we are showing that leadership during the panel discussion today. And I'm especially proud to join this panel because, as Maria knows, for me, working on global environmental issues has been a passion of mine for a long time. George made references to the work that we at the embassy have been doing here, specifically on plastics pollution, beaches and plastics, just trying to educate, show an example, show how important it is to get out in front of this. I've seen here firsthand how at risk the Eastern Mediterranean is and what an important role the East Med plays in the commerce, food security, and as a driver of tourism for countries of the region. Its health is essential to being able to make sure that this region stays prosperous, and its health is tremendously at risk. Particularly as when we're talking about plastics, I know when I first came here, the University of Nicosia had recently done a study on plastics in drinking water, and it showed that already microplastics were in most centers of drinking water throughout the island and pretty much every testing area. I think if you do the same in terms of testing the water quality from most of the sources of water here, you see it, the same issue. And has already been pointed out, key to this is going to be how we address waste management, land-based sources of pollution, and then how we educate and train and change with the private sector leading the way to how we can all set a better example and make sure going forward that we're treating the Eastern Mediterranean with the respect it deserves so it can provide us the wealth and benefits that we've all come to love and enjoy and need. So with that, thank you very much, and I look forward to today's conversation.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Garber, and we thank you for participating here in this forum. I will pass the floor to Deputy Chief of Mission, Ms. Marie Olson, for your initial remarks.
My thanks also to the Chamber for organizing this event, and thank you really to everybody who's in the room, because I think, as Ambassador Garber, my friend and colleague, mentioned, this is a global challenge and one that will require innovative solutions from really all of us. No one person has the answers, and so it's going to take great minds, and I appreciate you all being here today and taking interest in this topic. I'm old enough to remember, back in the 1970s when I was a kid, riding in a car and watching people throw litter out the window of the car, and also remember being a kid in the American Midwest and going along the side of the road because my mom made me go out and pick up trash as kind of public service, collecting the bottles and taking them into the grocery store and collecting the 10 cents for every bottle. And that was a way that we dealt with the litter problem back then. Flash forward, almost 40 years later, to being here in Greece, only 3 months, but having the opportunity to get to know some very beautiful areas in the East Med, and really understanding what a source of wealth and joy they are for people who live here and who visit here, and understanding it's incumbent on all of them to try to protect them. My ambassador, George Tunis, was up in Thessaloniki several days ago with many of our embassy staff, with the American Chamber at the Energy Forum there, where we talked about energy challenges that the region is facing and actions that we'll need to take in almost the immediate future because of the conflict going on in the region. I think the climate conversation is a fitting companion to that piece, because they're really two parts of the same story, and they need to be discussed together. And now is the time for us to act on both of them. There's been a lot of debate about climate change, but I think we're at the point where we know that it's not up for debate. We see the effects everywhere, and they're growing every day. Waterways around the world are evaporating, and unprecedented natural disasters are at our front door. I know I spent the last 3 years back in Washington working on Greece, Cyprus, and other Mediterranean issues, and watched from Washington as Greece suffered from tragic wildfires, and remember the snowstorm that happened in the past year. So our behaviors as a whole need to change, and we need to collectively take action to address the impacts of climate change, and we need to act now. President Biden has made the climate crisis a top priority. We rejoined the Paris Agreement on day one of his administration, and the president passed a $1.2 billion infrastructure bill, and this summer he signed the Inflation Reduction Act, which has an important component to address climate legislation in US history. I think for those of you who followed the news, our former Secretary of State, John Kerry, who's now our climate guy, recently visited Greece, went to the Acropolis, and sounded the alarm for action on climate change. And he praised Greece's leadership role. We, as the United States, applaud the many actions Greece has taken thus far under the leadership of Prime Minister Mitsotakis. I understand from my team, I'm still getting up to speed on the many issues here, but I've been here for 3 months, but I understand that marine protection areas will be expanded by 30% by 2030, and there are specific programs to protect sea turtles and seals. And I'm still learning about the 7 Mountains Protection Challenge and the 1,000 unspoiled beaches, but without knowing details of this, I can say I fervently support. These are all critical steps in the right direction to safeguard Greece's national treasures and really your identity. I think this year we've seen unprecedented tourists, which is a sign of just how many treasures Greece has and why it's so important to protect them. As I'm making my way around Athens and getting to know people here and trying to understand the issues that you all are working on, I met with Greek ship owners, and one of those ship owners told me, we live with the sea, we live by the sea, and we are the sea. So it's really fitting for Greece to be leading discussions like this one. We, the United States, are working with Greece on this circular economy, or the no waste economy, to minimize waste, maximize reuse of materials, and utilize sustainable processes to protect our natural resources. But we can't do it alone. We're delighted that Greece will be hosting the 2024 Our Oceans Conference. That's a great forum to bring countries and people committed to these efforts together. And these are people who have the ability to make a real difference. Greece is a natural leader, and as a host will attract greater attention and participation in this conference. We're happy to see that Greece is moving forward with the implementation of the deposit refund recycling scheme, because changing consumer behavior takes time and requires incentives. This is why implementing a system that's transparent, interoperable, and with standard pricing is really key. While consumers like myself way back in the 70s have to be incentivized, producers have to be able to recoup investments into the system in order to ensure continued investment and quality operations. We at the U.S. Embassy are happy to have firms such as Envipco and Coca-Cola as active participants in the future system. And we really thank the government of Greece for being open to suggestions in the implementation of a system that will ensure Greece's status as a green nation. So with that, I really look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Olson. I have some questions here, and I hope you can respond to those. Ambassador Garber, and of course, to you, Ms. Olson, as well. Can you share with us today the U.S. government initiatives regarding the Mediterranean and the seas protections overall? Are there any relative programs that promote and support technological innovations towards the seas protection? And I'm asking these questions because many initiatives and many activities need sponsorship, needs funding, and we're wondering whether, State Department or other departments within, the U.S. government or other association organizations are committed, to fund such, let's say, initiatives. So, I don't know, Ambassador Garber, if you want to take the lead here.
No, happy to. And the short answer is yes. The slightly longer answer is there's many of them, far too many to really be able to detail today. The State Department's role in this is not so much in the Eastern Mediterranean. It's much more in countries that need our bilateral development assistance and trying to engineer programs there. But the Environmental Protection Agency, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, many of them have initiatives in the plastics and East Mediterranean, well, not East Mediterranean specific, but arenas that Eastern Mediterranean can tap and take advantage of. Maria mentioned, and we're absolutely thrilled about it, as she said, that Greece has offered to host the 9th Our Ocean Conference in 2024. And that particular process has been an amazing one about bringing the world together with concrete commitments in various areas of activity to make sure that change is happening, that it's absolutely being completed, that there is full accountability and transparency of what those commitments are, and then making sure that they're followed all the way through. At the Our Ocean Conference this year, which the United States co-hosted with Palau, for example, we highlighted the Ocean Climate Nexus and the role of ocean-based climate solutions, including shipping decarbonization, which is something I know the Republic of Cyprus is very active on, as is Greece, maritime nature-based solutions, and well as offshore renewable energy, which Maria was alluding to, that nexus between energy and climate and being two sides of the same coin earlier. At the Our Ocean Conference this year specifically, the United States announced over 110 specific commitments related to our ocean, totaling $2.6 billion. This is not just a passing commitment, this is a significant commitment. 500 million of this was to enhance ocean and climate observation and modeling, go back to the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. 160 million was for our own National Coastal Resilience Fund, because we've seen how much climate change is affecting our fisheries, are ocean-based industries. And we are sharing many of the lessons learned with other countries, as well as learning from other countries from how they've been able to address and resolve some of this. And also, we have a number of commitments in the area of sustainable fisheries, which I know is also very key to Greece here, as well as sustainable blue economies and marine protected areas, of which President Biden has committed to expand our marine protected areas. And here in Cyprus, I know there's a huge commitment to continue expanding marine protected areas as well. And we're looking forward to working very closely with the Cypriots on that particular challenge.
Also, do you want to add something on this one?
Sure, just to add on, I think one of the things that the United States government is particularly good at is working with the private sector and the Chamber and other organizations to develop technology and standards for future public-private partnerships. And I think we will continue to play that convening role.
Thank you. You're going to be here, I guess, in 2024 when the 9th International Summit that John Kerry announced will take place. So I guess, there will be quite, preparation by the U.S. Embassy. How the United States support and enhance this, summit, actually? To what extent you believe we can have some results here, some outcomes, considering that the many summits took place actually in the past, and we don't see, rapid, let's say, drastic, let's say, results, out of those. So do you expect that this summit might be something different? It might come up with some strong outcomes?
So what I will say is, what I will say here is what I say often to my team. Look, we don't have a magic wand that we can wave and solve this problem, but the problem is real and it's an important one. We're pleased here in Greece to be able to engage with the Greek shipping industry. The shipping industry is so important to the global economy, but will be so critical to solving this and addressing this problem. I think Special Envoy Kerry came here to start this conversation. He was pleased with the progress he made discussing the green shipping challenge with our Greek interlocutors. And he was speaking both with government officials and private sector representatives. So that conversation continues.
Thank you. What is the role you consider the American chambers and the U.S. embassies can play to support your efforts by creating regional collaborations and demonstrating their network capabilities in motivating business and other stakeholders in addressing environmental issues? And I'm asking because, as you mentioned, there is a great cooperation between the embassies and the AmChams. So how this can be enhanced further and what more we can do in order to tackle such problems, critical problems, speaking about climate, of course, and pollution, environmental pollution. I don't know whether Ambassador Garber, you want to first answer this question?
Sure. I'll kick it off and then turn over to Maria. But I think the private sector has to lead the way here. There's only so much that governments are able to do, but what we do is kind of theoretical and set rules of the game, but you guys are on the front lines. What you do can make a difference. What you do can make a tremendous demonstrative effect. And the fact that the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce, the U.S. Israeli Chamber of Commerce, has these committees that are very much focused on this and launching this new platform on litter-free is already showing your commitment and how important that issue is to your members. And I think that's absolutely fantastic. You guys will be showing the way on circular economy, on innovation, on technology, and how this is really going to make a difference. Your partnership is actually essential. If it's just governments, it's not going to happen because we're not the real economy. You are. That's where it makes a difference. So it's incredibly important. Last year at COP26, we launched something called the First Movers Coalition, which is a program that rallies the private sector to speed up clean energy innovation. And as Maria was pointing out, clean energy and environmental protection are really two sides of the same coin. So what we're hoping is this will help us unlock a path to net zero emissions by 2050. And we're hoping that this will include members of the coalition from all the different technology sectors, whether we're talking about decarbonizing steel or shipping, which I know is so important to Greece and to the Republic of Cyprus, or aviation, trucking sectors, and trying to tackle those most difficult sectors that contribute so much today to our shared challenge of climate change. So that was the long answer. The short answer is yes. It's fantastic the three of you are working together on this, and can't wait to continue to partner with you on it.
Thank you. I don't know whether, Ms. Olson, you want to add something on this one?
Just since you mentioned regional collaboration, I would just say we also have the 3+1 climate framework, which provides an additional forum to address common climate-related issues. Greece just chaired an energy infrastructure 3+1 working group. The 3+1 is a formulation where the U.S. works with Greece, Cyprus, and Israel on shared challenges, sharing ideas, and also coming up with solutions. So there was just a 3+1 energy infrastructure working group last month that touched on a lot of the environmental issues associated with the green transition. And I will just say, I know as part of the energy conversations that are taking place in the context of what's happening in Ukraine, and in the context of the threats that Vladimir Putin is issuing in relation to European energy, there's discussion about electrical interconnectors that would bring green energy from Africa to Greece, or link Cyprus and Israel to the European continent, that are of significant interest in terms of both climate mitigation, but also lessening dependence on Russian hydrocarbons. So we're happy to continue this close cooperation with the Chamber and also with the private sector.
Thank you. By the way, Ambassador Garber, you mentioned about the First Mover Coalition, this initiative, which when I heard about it and I went, to the website, actually it's fantastic. And I hope, we do hope, that many more companies actually will join, and it shows how the business sector actually can drive, some things, further down, and we hope. Just a last question, before we close, this conversation. Given the latest geopolitical developments and the energy crisis that puzzles most of the governments, by the way, do you think there will be some setbacks here in projects and programs related to climate and environmental protection? Perhaps changing priorities, either in the U.S. government or other governments, Do you think there is a danger here with what is happening right now in the world?
I think what it really shows is the importance of moving off a fossil fuel-based economy, because if we had moved with more alacrity on some of the issues that we knew we had addressed because of the climate crisis earlier, there would be less dependence today on Russian natural gas. So while in the short term, there's definitely going to be some pain, and I'm not trying to minimize that at all for anybody, and we're looking at ways we can diversify, because the solutions to the energy crisis aren't going to be tomorrow's solutions. It also provides a very powerful incentive to move even more quickly to renewable energy sources. So it's not a simple answer, but I think if anything, it shows and underscores the importance of moving forward with more renewable sources of energy.
To have you both here, Ambassador Garber from Cyprus and Deputy Chief Mission, Ms. Olson. Thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to enhance our collaboration, our AMSAMs with you, and hopefully, having some great results in the next future. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So we have the next panel.
the other two are physically present. Welcome, Gramenos. You will be given the floor immediately, just to say a few words. This is a panel on the Eastern Mediterranean today, on the current challenges that Eastern Mediterranean is facing in terms of climate change, energy transition, pollution, and all the other relevant issues. So it is a broad scope panel. We have 3 distinguished speakers, and I would like to start with Gramenos Mastrogianni, who is the Senior Deputy Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, an international organization established in Barcelona, Spain, in charge of all the Mediterranean globally issues. Gramenos, it is a pleasure to have you with us. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me apologize for my informality. I am on an unexpected and complicated trip, but for me it was really important to be with you. Don't take it as a criticism. Actually, it was agreed with Mr. Kremlis, but I would rather setting the scene that I can define as not only Eastern, in the sense that also representing the only international organization that has a competence over the Mediterranean region, all the others fragmented into different groups. The United Nations do, OCDE does. It's only natural. I think that when we talk about these issues, we need to understand who we are, where we are, and how we are together. And to do this, we also need to reflect a little bit on what litter means. I will not treat litter, excuse me for the assonance, literally. In the sense that transition to sustainable development, which is absolutely essential now to face challenges like climate change, means no one left behind. And this means, of course, getting rid of plastic litter, of pollution. But
Call from Antonio Silascavel.
It also means getting rid of other leftovers, societal leftovers, people left aside. It also means getting rid of economic leftovers. To do that properly, we need to understand where we are, not only Eastern and not only Mediterranean. What is the Mediterranean? The Mediterranean is the cradle of civilization. Well, it means a lot of things. It also means that it's the most anthropized sea in the world, but it also means that it is at the center of historical geostrategic relations. If you see the Mediterranean, it is at the crossroads of 3 continents. It is the place where more than 20% of international commerce is transported. So what we do here is a global stake. Moreover, we are the point of convergence of the most prominent threats produced by non-sustainable development. To the south of the Mediterranean, we are now witnessing the largest example of climate destabilization, which is occurring in the Sahel Band, the area of desertification, which is bringing over pressures towards the Mediterranean. To the east of the Mediterranean, we have the biggest foreseeable geostrategic threat linked with unsustainable development, which is the melting, the thawing of Himalaya glaciers that could put in motion more than 400 million people, probably looking westwards toward us. So we are not only here for ourselves, and we cannot fragment ourselves into, or only fragment ourselves into different areas, different portions of this sea that we share. As an organization, we are trying to pursue some solutions, and they are driven by science. And science very simply tells us something. We are in front of a challenge so vast and so quick that no one around the Mediterranean and even in Europe on its own has enough resources to face it, not even the richest. But if we put our resources together, we can Something was mentioned before. For instance, I talk every day with DG Energy at the European Union. There is the objective to decarbonize Europe by 2050. Well, there is a full awareness of the fact that it is squarely impossible without counting on the renewables potential of the South Shore of the Mediterranean. We need to interlink the two shores to the mutual benefit, but not only for decarbonization, not only for energy sovereignty and independence, but also because an operation like this, for instance, would rebalance economic distribution, income distribution, connecting the grids. It seems quite a technical and sectorial initiative, but would actually bring a redistribution of income. This is important for justice, but this is very important to prevent instability consequences brought over by climate change. Climate change is dangerous over our region because there are ongoing conflicts, because it's a sea where there are weaker and stronger communities. If we do rebalance the economies in this way, we make a very important step forward. But can we do it sectorially, looking only east, looking only west, looking only nationally? This is not possible. Let me just give, to conclude, another example, which seems poetical, but is very, very important. We might set the way for the future of sustainable development by doing something unprecedented in the Mediterranean, especially in the Mediterranean, which is sharing of everything, considering that everybody has someone to give. In the climate negotiation, there is a chapter which is kind of conflictual. It's called technology transfer. And it is a source of conflicts because we intend technology transfer as something brilliant, which is transferred by those who are rich and advanced towards those who are not so much. But let's take our situation. In 10 years, the climate of Southern Europe will be very similar to the traditional climate of North Africa. What is technology? Who has the experience, a 5,000 years old experience to manage drylands? We don't. They do in the south. If you travel along the Silk Road, you will sometimes find some funny buildings cone-shaped, which are called yakchal, which means in Persian fridges. They were used by merchants to deposit perishable goods. Inside those buildings, the temperature is always between 0 and -4. Electricity consumption 0, even if outside is 55. If we put together all we have, east and west, north and south, nation with nation, not only we can diffuse all the dangers of an unsustainable development, not only we can get rid of all that trash, which is not only material trash, but is also human trash that our current development system produces, but we will achieve something that we always struggle for and never really achieved, which is peace. A sea that exchanges in cooperation instead of competition is a sea
Connected
of peace.
to Me10 if you like.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank Gramenos Mastrogianni for this overview on the critical issues that we are currently facing, which will be exacerbated in the future. I was very worried when I heard that our climate in the south of the Mediterranean will be... I think there is a technical problem which was not referring to your presentation, Gramenos. It was not to interrupt you, but you will be given the floor immediately afterwards. So I wanted to say that these forecasts about the increase of the temperature, and we expect in Eastern Mediterranean higher increases of temperature compared to the other, let's say, regions of Europe and of our planet, is really very worrying. And in that respect, it was very interesting to hear your example, the best practice that was developed in other parts of the region, which could be transferred successfully to our region. I have also noticed your reference to the cables and to the pipelines. Eastern Mediterranean will become a region of cables connecting Egypt to Greece to transfer green electricity. It will become a region also of pipelines, gas pipelines, which in the future will become hydrogen pipelines such as EastMed and other projects that are currently considered. So these are really key challenges. I know that you cannot stay longer with us. I would therefore like to ask you a question, and then feel free to either to stay or to leave, as I know that you have a very busy schedule. My question is the following. How these key challenges that we are facing, not only in the Mediterranean, but also globally, will be addressed in COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. We will be meeting there. I know that UFM will be present there. And of course, we rely on you to become the ambassador of the Mediterranean problem. You are the unique organization dedicated to the Mediterranean. Of course, in the European Union, we have the neighborhood policy. The Mediterranean is one of the most important European seas, but it is important to see, on the one hand, how can we better develop synergies between UFM and the European Union, and on the other hand, and this is my question, what are your plans in COP27, and how are you planning to highlight those key issues to which you have referred in your speech?
Yes, thank you very much, George. Indeed, we do work hand in hand with the European Union neighborhood policy and with their programs. But for the first time in the history of climate negotiation this year in Sharm el-Sheikh, led by UFM and other 12 partners, we will have a Mediterranean pavilion. What does it mean? It means that there's a place open to all the stakeholders in the Mediterranean to have their voice heard, but in a very special perspective, and it is what I referred to before. The Mediterranean has its own identity inside the global climate problem, because we are the second fastest warming region in the world, because our seas, our waters are the fastest warming with all the foreseen impacts. But not only, for all the reasons that I mentioned. So to represent that for the first time in the place of negotiations, where interests are represented by groups that cut the Mediterranean in various parts. In the United Nations system, the Mediterranean is cut in three groups: the Arab groups, European Union, and the rest. So that our own region with its own identity was never represented. To do that, we will open an important pavilion in partnership with others. And I think I can take this occasion to invite you all to visit us, but also if you have ideas for things to do there, please let us know. In the previous panel, I heard about the coalition of first movers. I would be delighted to have them in our Mediterranean pavilion, as well as I would be delighted to have explanations and illustrations about the plans to connect the shores that are going on in Eastern Mediterranean.
Well, thank you very much for this important piece of information. We are very happy to have the Mediterranean pavilion in Sharm el-Sheikh. We will consider it as our, let's say, pavilion, where the views of the Mediterranean will be expressed. And we are also grateful to you for having conveyed the message that other initiatives, the First Movers Coalition, which is an American initiative to which the ambassadors have referred, or any AmCham initiatives, including other initiatives that we have discussed on protecting cultural and natural heritage from climate change impacts, or on promoting the green electricity that Egypt, as a green hub and hydrogen hub later on, will be able to transfer to Greece and subsequently to the European Union through cable. So indeed, we are looking forward to this cooperation within your pavilion, and of course to more cooperation between you and the forum that we are establishing today. This is the first conference on the American Chambers of the Region Mediterranean Forum, and we are looking forward to a closer cooperation with the Union for the Mediterranean, which we can further promote, not only in Sharm el-Sheikh, but also in other events that we will have the opportunity to have in the future. One of them being Circle the Med, that we are hosting here in Athens in November after COP27, with the view to being able to further promote the conclusions and findings of this important COP. So once again,
my camera, but I will stay connected to follow the panel. I will stay connected to follow.
Thank you very much. We were very happy to have you with us, and keep in touch. Now, we are moving to the next speaker, Mr. Christos Ioakimidis, who is Associate Program Management Officer with UNEP MAP, the MedPol program. UNEP MAP is based here in Athens, and he is the person, the most, I would say, qualified person in that respect, as he represents UNEP MAP, but also Greece, to share with us his views and the views of his organization in relation to the key challenges that we are facing in the Mediterranean.
Thank you very much to me, Mr. Kremlis, for the invitation and for giving us the opportunity to present the Mediterranean Action Plan and what we're doing in the Mediterranean. And also congratulations for the organization and for the timing of this event. As we speak, we have the International Marine Debris Conference organized in Busan in Korea, and many new knowledge and developments are about to be introduced and to be announced. So I believe that this forum is really organized in a very, very timely moment. A lot has been said by the previous speakers on commitments, and the United Nations Environment Programme and its Mediterranean Action Plan, the so-called Barcelona Convention, which is one of the multilateral environmental agreements that are placed in the world, focuses for more than 40 years in establishing strong commitments from all the Mediterranean countries, which are our contracting parties, including the European Union. When it comes to marine litter, the Barcelona Convention, the UNEP MAP, has introduced the subject in matter as of 1996 through the amendment of the land-based protocol, and after that, and starting around in 2012, a series of developments, of very strong developments, have been taking place, including the first ever legally binding regional plan on marine litter management that was adopted in 2013 by all Mediterranean countries, and then recently in December 2021, during COP22, we had the amendment of the regional plan with all Mediterranean countries committing themselves in a more ambitious program of measures, actions and initiatives. Of course, all the international conventions, they now include marine litter, and the Mediterranean, the Mediterranean is the region, and through the regional plan, through the updated regional plan, where a coordinated response is addressed throughout the Med at regional, sub-regional and national level. As I've told you, in December 2021 in Antalya, Turkey, when we had the 22nd meeting of our contracting parties, the Mediterranean countries agreed in updating, in improving the adopted regional plan. There is a very ambitious ministerial declaration for leaving a pollution and litter-free legacy. There is a new midterm strategy for the next 6-7 years, including a very strong component on marine litter. We have new appendixes with single-use plastics items of priority, chemicals, additives, timelines, and many other novel information. The regional plan and what we do in the Mediterranean, what the Mediterranean countries are doing, are very relevant with the marine litter policy advances throughout the world, including the agreements or the resolutions of UNEA, the Global Partnership for Marine Litter, certainly UNEP headquarters, the International Maritime Organization and its action plan to address pollution from ships, the Basel Convention, certainly all the EU policies, including the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, the EU Plastic Strategy, the New Circular Economy Action Plan, the Single-Use Plastic Directive, and many others. The new elements that are included in the regional plan comprise of new definitions introduced, like the abandoned, lost, and otherwise discarded fishing gear, the best available techniques, the circular economy principle, extended producer responsibility, the fishing gear, the lightweight carrier bags, a very ambitious and very well-defined monitoring and assessment component, including for microplastics, either we speak for primary or secondary, and a very broad package for single-use plastics in general. 4 main measures, 4 scopes are covering the measures that are introduced through the regional plan. These are economic instruments, circular economy instruments, focusing mainly on plastics, but not only. The land and, as Mr. Kremli said, also the sea-based sources, which are equally important. And when it comes to the management, in some cases, it's even more difficult to address them. There are ambitious targets on plastic waste and microplastics. And as I've told you, there are 2 new appendices which clearly define the scope of the problem and the way forward. There are a number of additional principles that have been included. I won't exhaust all the list because I know that we are also in a kind of time shortage, and it would be nice to have also some time for the discussion. But the phasing out of single-use plastics is something that we really tackle through region-wide guidelines. We have guidelines for phasing out single-use plastics. There is a tangible example for the case of Tunisia, where a voluntary commitment turned through our intervention to be a national legislation. We have now new guidelines on focusing on primary single-use plastics coming into the picture, extended producer responsibility, the removal of marine litter, prevention measures, to promote voluntary agreements with plastic industry. And this is something that the Chamber could play a really good, prominent role in bringing this contact and sustainable consumption and production. The marine protected areas and the effect of marine litter in those areas and in the SPAMIs, the areas of special Mediterranean importance also addressed, and also a very ambitious and well-defined monitoring, region-wide monitoring program with indicators and ecological objectives focusing on marine litter. There are a number of achievements that I would like to report to the forum that have been carried out and can be reported as of almost 2013, when we have the regional plan adopted, that we have national monitoring programs for all Mediterranean countries addressing the 2 major marine litter indicators. There is a lot of work undergoing in establishing and in developing the framework for documenting the effect of marine litter on biota, which is a very critical and very risky point. It's not so easy to say things when it comes to the effect of marine litter on biota. The assessment criteria, which are technical aspects like baseline values and threshold values, which help us to understand whether we have a healthy or not healthy, or a close to just the good environmental status, environmental ecosystem or not. National action plans, program of measures by all the countries, and now there is a set of countries which have already updated them, and we are now running also as an office, as UNEP-MAP, a circle of updating the national action plans also for the South Med, including the Eastern Med. We have regulations and supporting the regulations, the national laws for banning single-use plastic in 17 countries, phasing out, as I told you, single-use plastics and microplastic through guidelines, recycling, including legislation and policies, numerous pilots in non-EU countries, which is extremely important. I'm referring to the Adriatic and the northern part of Africa. We have established the regional cooperation platform on marine litter since 2016, which is an open-ended group, voluntary group, and I would like also to invite the Chamber to be part of the platform. And the first node, the first hub that was prepared by UNEP headquarters and the GPML, which is a central repository of information. And now we are in the phase of where we will try to pilot our contribution to the digital platform that will be introduced now in Busan, will be announced in Busan. I will just spend 30 seconds on the way forward, and this is the plastic treaty that is about to come. In March of this year, 175 countries committed on a legally binding instrument to phase out plastics and to address the full cycle of plastics and the toxic life cycle, from the extraction of fossil fuels to the production to end of life. There has been an online expert working group in May-June 2022, what gave the mandate for the establishment of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee that took place in November this year in South America. The timeline for the establishment of the treaty is approximately 2 years. And the focus of the treaty will turn into eliminating the unnecessary, unavoidable, and problematic plastic products and polymers, as well as to promote safe, circular economy and sustainable management practices around the world. Our position is that the global treaty should be developed by the countries, including a very thorough analysis and discussion on the potential measures that could be successfully delivered. I would like to thank you very much, and I certainly stand available for additional clarification or to address questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ioachimidis, for this very detailed presentation. Indeed, the regional plan on marine litter management has a very, very broad scope, which covers holistically all the relevant issues in that respect. It was updated, as you have said, in December 2021. And my question is this legally binding, and how will it be implemented? Very shortly, please, as time is running.
Also necessary. So the regional plan is legally binding. The regional planning is legally binding since 2013. And what does this mean? It means that the countries have agreed to commit themselves to implement a series of actions, a series of activities with a focus on marine litter. How this is monitored through and this is a novelty that we have in the Mediterranean. The regional plan is not just a wish list of actions for the countries to select what they like to do or what they prefer to do. There is a timetable, a work plan at the end is annexed to the legally binding regional plan, where it says this activity will be implemented by 2023 or 2025 or 2030. And this is our overall guide to achieve this commitment. Our office, in order to achieve this commitment, we are using funds from the Mediterranean Trust Fund, which is the core funds of the Secretariat, but there are also quite numerous and quite significant external resources that are secured, and they are supporting ourselves and the countries, most importantly, to this goal. Thank you.
Thank you. And another question on the international legally binding instrument. We are looking forward to it, to ban plastic pollution worldwide. How would the regional sea conventions, we have the Barcelona Convention for our Mediterranean Sea Basin, but we have also OSPAR, we have other seas, the Black Sea Convention, how these conventions could contribute to this legally binding instrument, and how could this legally binding instrument be mainstreamed to the requirements of these conventions, which are prior. Of course, a new instrument always amends prior legal instruments, but the synergies and the interaction is very important.
The plan is that the global instrument will support the work that is done by the regional seas and won't come to replace them. This is one aspect. The regional seas around the world, and specifically around the European seas, which is HELCOM, OSPAR, UNEP-MAP, and the Black Sea Commission, they are participating to this process, and all the experience and lessons learned and best practices that have been used in those regions and around the world are now feeding into the input that will be diluted to extract the provisions of the legally binding instrument. When it comes to the implementation, certainly the regional seas are well placed to play this role because the regional seas, they know the regional, sub-regional, national specificities. The regional seas, are implementing activities, on the ground activities on the countries, so they are very, very well placed to extract the big picture into a real action into the national context. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like now to give the floor to the last but not least speaker of our panel, Ms. Christina Zeri, who is a chemist, oceanographer, working for the Institute of Oceanography, which is the Hellenic Center, Hellenic Center for Marine Research. I understand that you have a PowerPoint presentation, so the floor is yours, without ado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kremlis, and I also thank the Chamber for the invitation today and the opportunity that we gave to the Hellenic Center for Marine Research to be here in this forum. So in the short time frame of my presentation, I will try to provide you with some information on the magnitude of the problem of marine litter and plastics pollution in the Mediterranean Sea, which is considered a hotspot area for this kind of pollution. Why? Because of its high coastal population, which reaches 150 million inhabitants along its coast. The Mediterranean hosts 1/3 of the world's tourism and 15% of the global shipping activity. So these parameters, combined with the enclosed character of the basin, the presence of various larger rivers, and also specific patterns of the sea surface circulation, lead to the accumulation of litter within the basin. And of course, we know that when plastics and marine litter reach the marine environment from various pathways, they are found everywhere. They are found in all marine compartments, which means that they are found floating on the sea surface, and then they may be washed ashore on beaches, or they may lose their buoyancy and eventually be deposited on the deep sea floor. Let alone that if we talk about microplastics, and we know that they are found also in the stomachs of the animals. So they're literally found everywhere. And they are measured, and scientific wise, we measure both big items, macroplastics and microplastics in all these compartments. And of course, the beach environment is the one which is best studied because of the ease of access. Here in this bar chart, you can see median values of beach litter items found on the European beaches, and these are separated in the various European seas. And we see that the Mediterranean Sea has the highest median values, about 270 items per 100 meters of coast. And in the last set of columns, you see the relevant data for Greece. At the same time, and only very recently, for this type of litter, for beach litter, we have the adoption of the first threshold value on the EU level, as Christos also mentioned. This value, which is shown here with the red line, corresponds to 20 items per 100 meters, and it is supposed that the coastlines which have values of beach litter below the 20 items are considered in good situation, in good environmental status, are considered clean. The respective value from the point of the Barcelona Convention for the Mediterranean areas is a little bit higher, 130 items. However, we see that most of the European areas, and in particular the Mediterranean and also our country, we still have a lot of efforts to make in order to reach these thresholds. Here you have a comparison of beach litter found in Italy and in Greece, and we see that there are quite well compared the data sets. So one important point here is that about half of the items found on beaches are single-use plastics. We have 11% of fishing related material, and a quite high and important 20% of fragments, unidentified fragments and pieces of plastics, which is the percent which is getting higher and higher during the years. Of course, as we all know, marine litter is not just one parameter. It consists of several types of items. So we are interested also in the qualitative composition of marine litter. And this gives us very important information and guide us in order to design our measures and in order to target specific items and help us reach faster the desired thresholds. When it comes to marine litter found on the seafloor, most data come from fishing grounds because sampling for seafloor litter relies on trawling activities. So along the fishing grounds of the Mediterranean Sea, we see some areas of accumulation of litter like the Gulf of Lions or the coasts of the Croatia and Albania in Adriatic Sea, and also the central and south Aegean. On average, we have about 100 items per square kilometer, and here you see quite different composition of marine litter found on the seafloor. You see we have heavy material, heavy stuff, but we also have small pieces of aged, fragmented waste and packaging material. And here in this photograph, you can see a fish catch which comes on board, and you see that along with fish, there's a lot of plastics and waste trawled. And if we zoom in the Aegean, again, we see that we are very close. So the data on fishing grounds are very close to the Mediterranean average, a little bit higher. However, litter does not stay on the seafloor. It may be transported to deeper areas, does not stay on the fishing grounds. It can be transported by the help of bottom currents to deep canyons, and there it accumulates, and it is also a very difficult area to recover litter from these places. And the least, of course, the least studied because of technical difficulties. One of the recent studies by Hernandez et al. Has shown that in the Western Mediterranean canyons, marine litter concentrations are 2 orders of magnitude higher than those found on fishing grounds, and about 2 times higher than respected data recorded in the global ocean canyons. Just to show you some photograms from our ROVs in the 1,000 meters depth in the Ionian Sea, where you see Byzantine and Venetian shipwrecks found today along with plastic remnants of our civilization, our modern civilization. The issue of microplastics. We all know that microplastics are the result of fragmentation of large plastic items when found in the environment and under the influence of the solar radiation, but they are also formed during the life cycle of materials and during the use and the wearing out of materials. In this projection, it is shown that if, for example, in the scenario that all microplastics and plastics emissions to the environment stop as of today, then in 2000, until the year 2050, the emissions would have reached, the total amount of microplastics found on the sea surface would have reached 1.5 million tons of plastics. And of course, if we continue with business as usual, these figures are estimated to overcome the 2 million tons of plastics floating on the sea surface of the oceans. So for the Mediterranean Sea, we know that on average, there are 260,000 items of microplastics floating on the surface of the basin. And these are very well comparable to the large oceanic gyres. We have some variability between the Western and Eastern Mediterranean, and especially it seems that the Aegean Sea shows lowest concentrations of floating microplastics, which is related, of course, to specific natural factors, the long coastlines and the ocean currents. It is interesting to see that yes, I'm about to finish only 2 slides. It is interesting to note that this difference between the Western and Eastern Mediterranean in floating microplastics are reflected also in the microplastics occurrence found in various fish species. Here you see Western Mediterranean with much higher microplastics found in stomachs, in contrast to the Eastern Mediterranean. However, the impacts of marine litter and microplastics on the ecosystems are still not fully understood. We have not seen an acute toxicity of microplastics ingested by fish on the organism level. However, we do know that they interfere with the natural biogeochemical cycles, and in particular with the carbon cycle, and they play a key role regarding our overall exposure to chemicals. And of course, these points are very much relevant to the Mediterranean Sea because, as we know, it hosts about 11% of the world's marine species. So I hope I provided an idea of the magnitude and the complexity of the problem, which needs multi-actor engagement in order to reach to sound solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zeri, for this illustrative presentation showing how worrying the situation is in Eastern Mediterranean, but also in the Mediterranean as regards pollution, litter, and microplastics. It is really very worrying, and I was really worried about the situation in Greece, where the graphs show that we are exceeding the average pollution thresholds. And of course, I saw that the European Union threshold is very stringent and very low. The UNEP one is higher, but we are far beyond it. So my short question is, how can we, from this very high level of pollution, reach the very low stringent standard that is set by the European Union, as we are a European Union member state, very briefly, and the other as the directive of the European Union on single-use plastics is now fully applicable in Greece through a piece of national legislation, a Greek law. Have we seen since last year, I mean a year and a half, when it started being enforced, have we seen any difference? Do you have any data in that respect?
Yes, now regarding your first...
We have 2 minutes left.
Okay. Regarding your first question, of course, this is a challenge. It is indeed a very stringent threshold, and probably we will not see it in the near future, because the problem is not just, we measure everything, not only large items and intact materials, but also fragments, as I mentioned. And this and there is a key, this is a key issue in order to reach the threshold. And this is why we need not only cleanups or cleaning technologies, end-of-pipe technologies and solutions. We really need solutions that take into consideration the circularity of the materials and also to change our consuming habits. Now, the second, regarding your second question, which is related also to the first, what we can see so far, we cannot see a change on the single-use plastics. That will be a very, very short period of data acquisition. But for the plastic bags, we may say that we do not find intact plastic bags in the marine environment. But as I said before, we still find the pieces of them. And then, for example, in one of our surveys a couple of years ago, we found a piece of a popcorn packaging with drachmas on. The price was in drachmas on it. It was written in drachmas. So you understand. You understand how long does it take to actually see a real difference. But that doesn't mean that we should not do the efforts. It means that we should have done them.
Yeah. Thank you very much. On plastic bags, we can see already the difference. Yes. And I believe that there is a slow improvement of the culture of the people.
Exactly.
Following the single plastic directive and legislation. Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you to Gramenos for this interesting panel. And now time has come for the next panel to join us.
Okay, again, good afternoon to all. I'm very glad that we all are here and we have the opportunity to discuss ideas that can make our world better and our environment, and they can help our environment. This gives us hope and optimism for the future. I'll welcome you both. Mr. Ethan Edson, he is co-founder and Chief Technology Officer from Ocean Diagnostics, and Mrs. Elia Nikitopoulou, External Affairs Officer from Blue Cycle. So is it better, I think, to begin with Mr. Edson? Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me okay?
Just a short presentation of your work.
Yes, great. Just 1 second here. The slides work.
Explain to us what is Ocean Diagnostic.
Great. Thank you so much to the organizers of today's event for having me. This is really great to be on this forum, and it's really great to hear some of the speakers that came before me. And I think the last talk was a good segue into what I'm going to be talking about, which is our company, Ocean Diagnostics, and technology that we're creating in order to help monitor and detect microplastic pollution in the marine environment. Are you guys able to see my slides okay? Sorry. Hoping you guys can see my slides. Great, so who we are. Great, so Ocean Diagnostics, we are an environmental impact company. We're based on the west coast of Canada in British Columbia. And our company was founded by scientists and engineers, and we are trying to create new technologies in order to quantify plastic pollution and biodiversity loss in the marine environment. So we work with many different partners, including academia, governments, industry, foundations, and pretty much anyone to better detect microplastic pollution and influence informed decision-making. So as we know from today, the problem with plastic pollution is that basically it fragments into much smaller particles. So larger pieces of plastic that can start as like the chairs and the plastic bags and all of the things. Basically everything breaks down into these much smaller particles. So we have pre-production nurdles, we have tire wear that's coming off of tires from cars on the street, fibers coming from synthetic textiles that are coming from laundry and sort of wastewater discharge. And then larger pieces of plastic are fragmenting into smaller pieces, including fragments, foams, and films that are coming from plastic bags. So once these are in the environment, they're very difficult to control, and they continue to just fragment into smaller and smaller particles. So this presents a real challenge for us in terms of environmental impacts and how we can kind of mitigate the effects of these particles on the marine environment. So what do we see as the solution? We break it into kind of three parts. And what we see is that first we need to establish baselines. We need to understand what are the different levels of microplastics and what are the sources and the impact and transport and fate of those particles. How are they getting into the environment and what are the levels now? And then as we've talked a lot about today, we need to then kind of use that information and interpret that information to understand what the sources are and try and create change upstream. So this would be plastic bag bans and reducing kind of the discharge of single-use plastics into the environment. And really, going at this from a policy level and creating kind of change upstream that will hopefully have a positive effect later on downstream. And the only real way to understand if those upstream solutions are having a positive impact is to put in place kind of monitoring networks where we can have sort of time series data in the marine environment, looking at the levels of microplastics to understand if the things that we're doing on the policy end are having a positive effect on the actual levels of microplastics that we're seeing in the ocean. And then this kind of repeats. We establish baselines, we use that information to create new policies over time. And so in this loop, we really see this as the way to kind of understand the discharge of plastics and try and make sure that we're doing things upstream that are helping the overall levels. So our strategy at Ocean Diagnostics is to come at this from many different ways. We develop new technologies to help quantify microplastic pollution, as well as biodiversity loss in the marine environment. we work with lots of different collaborators and partners to get people on the ground that are actually out there and doing sampling and collecting this data. We've built a centralized, standardized laboratory for analyzing microplastic particles, which is something that I think is really needed. There's lots of great academic institutions that are analyzing particles and in more kind of academic ways, but there don't exist many commercial places where samples can be sent for kind of rigorous standardized analysis. And then last but not least, there are not enough scientists in the world to collect the amount of data that we need to make change. So we're really leaning into using community science, citizen science, to kind of deploy the tools that we're creating and getting way more people on the ground to help us collect and interpret this data. So just going through some of the technologies that we develop. The first one is basically a depth device, which allows us to collect microplastic samples at depth. So there's different tools for collecting microplastics at the surface, but up until now, it's been very difficult to collect microplastic samples below the surface of the water in a way that prevents contamination and makes it easy to deploy without needing a large research vessel or a large piece of equipment in order to collect those samples. So we've designed a small portable filtration device that you can drop down to 400 meters and collect filtered samples in a really easy, standardized way. And these filters can be sent back to us at the lab for analysis. And we can give kind of a full chemical characterization, a physical characterization of the particles that are present on these filters. And this really allows us to get a three-dimensional view of microplastic pollution, let's say in the Mediterranean basin. So rather than just looking at the sea surface and looking at the basically in the sediment, we really want to know what's going on in the water column so we can understand how these microplastics are affecting and interacting with the commercially important species that are kind of in the middle of the water column. Another device that we've developed is called Saturna, and this is basically a community science tool or a research tool that we've developed to make it much easier to quantify the sort of physical parameters of microplastic particles that are collected. So maybe in a beach study where particles are collected from the sand, or in surface water sampling like mantatrals or Newston nets, particles are collected from the environment. And up until now, it's been very difficult to count and quantify the physical dimensions of these particles. So what we've done is we've developed this standardized camera system where you can place particles onto a background sheet. And then we use a series of computer vision algorithms to quantify the size metrics of these particles. And this gives us a good sense of the color and the total size of the particles, and gives us some more information about kind of maybe where these particles came from. And this is all done in a more standardized way. So we're trying to release a lot of these tools to community science groups to start getting more analytical information about the particles that they're collecting during their sampling. Going back to community science, in addition to the Saturna tool, we've also developed a series of beach sampling protocols that involve basically 100-meter transect and collecting microplastic particles in a very standardized way using quadrats and sieves. And along with this, we've created kind of educational resources. So our goal with this is to get lots of different schools along the coast out there onto sandy beaches, collecting kind of routine monitoring data on the levels of microplastics on their local beaches. And using our protocol and our kit and the Saturna tool that I just mentioned, we're hoping to kind of use schools and other volunteer groups and beach cleanup groups to try and increase the community science that's happening in the basin. And last, we have laboratory capabilities. So we're creating this standardized lab, as I mentioned before, that can accept commercial samples. And this is really important for kind of the standardization of microplastics analysis in this organization, right? So rather than having different academic groups that are analyzing particles in different ways. We've created a standardized lab where we can accept samples from many different places and analyze them in a standardized way. And this allows us to, sorry, I'm just gonna take this. Are you guys able to hear this a little bit better? Sorry about the technical feedback.
Can you please continue through your mobile and not through your laptop?
Okay, we reconnect with Mr. Edson. We have an idea, not the whole idea, but I suppose we communicate with him later. Maybe Mrs. Nikitopoulou, maybe you can present us your work and what are you doing in your company. So this will give us time to move on. Mr. Edson, I will come back to you later with a better connection. Okay. So, Mrs. Nikitopoulou, what does Blue Cycle does? So, can you tell us, can you present us?
Yes, of course.
We need time to change.
First of all, thank you. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting us. Blue Cycle is actually a startup company. It was established in the summer of 2019, but we had all these COVID adversities to face. It was quite a stressful time. But the idea was to try to tackle the problem of fishing litter coming from the fishing and shipping activities. So the numbers are quite interesting. The fishing gear into the sea is the 30% of the marine plastic in the EU, and only 1.5% is recycled.
Mm-hmm.
So the numbers are very stressful. Blue Cycle decided to find a solution with an holistic approach. So we are doing the collection, the processing, and the production of a final product coming from the plastic waste from the fishing and shipping activities. So we collect fishing nets, fishing lines, mooring ropes and ropes from our main sources, which are collection points we have established throughout Greece. We have other marine litter collection points from General Breath, an NGO organization we are cooperating in this part. Mm-hmm. And in Greece, we have big manufacturers and industries producing fishing ropes, fishing nets and mooring ropes. So we collect their wastage. And of course, aquacultures and mussel farms in Greece, a big industry, with they do need to change their equipment quite in a certain amount of time. So all this equipment, the best it could be done with it is to end in a landfill. Blue Cycle gave a solution implementing a circular economy idea. So after the collection, we have collection points in various parts of Greece, and this network getting bigger and bigger by the actually by the day. We have collected until now 530,000 kilograms of fishing and I would like this photo is a photo of a ghost net at Salamina. We made the underwater cleanup together with the January Breath, and we have collected also, and we are collecting ghost nets. Ghost nets is #1 factor for the death of marine animals. So, in order to produce the material, raw material, recycled plastic material of high quality, the most important thing is the separation of this material. It is important to separate it not only as a post-consumer or pre-consumer material, so if it's a factory wastage or not, but it's important to separate it by polymer. So we know that the polymers used for the fishing and shipping activities are certain types, polypropylene, polyethylene, nylon 6, and polyester. So we have to separate it very carefully and then recycle it mechanically by type. So this process of separation is quite important. These are the types of polymer we are collecting, the types of the fishing and shipping material. And then when we are speaking about post-consumer material, we know that there is there are some pollutants. We have to clean it. So the material, the raw material, then it is of high quality. We have a zero discharge system for cleaning this material, and then do the extrusion and all the other processing in our lab in Piraeus, which is a zero waste lab, because everything we produce we can recycle. So all our products are 100% recyclable. And also we are hosting the first and only in Greece robotic large-scale 3D printing lab. And we are open to R&D. We are doing R&D processes, but also we are open to everybody who would like to test and the material. And the idea is also that everything we are doing is traceable. So our material is 100% traceable. So everything that comes into our storage in our warehouses, we are registering. We have made an application for us internally, so we know where is it from, and then after the processing, we also can assure everybody that takes our material that this came from this source and the things that have happened to. And now our products. First of all is the pellet, the recycled plastic pellets in the middle, which are of high quality, and they can be returned to the plastics industry. This is the, let's say, the circular economy 100%. But also we have the opportunity in our laboratory to create other products that can be everything, as I said, traceable and recyclable, that new products that can be used and spread the message that the plastic from the sea can be transformed into something that has added value. So these are our Jenga tiles, and We also have a production line for 3D printing filament from nylon 6. So we can extrude the material. This photograph is absolutely the idea. We take these yellow fishing nets we find in every Greek island in the summer. We are recycling them, and we can produce a 3D printer filament for all 3D printers to use. I'm sorry. Okay, and some tiles coming from mussel farming nets, mussel farming socks they are called. For example, the mussel farming socks you can see in the image are collected from northern Greece. They were a major pollutant factor at the Axios Delta. So we have collected together with IC and created a lot of items, and now our robotic large-scale 3D printing lab can produce from this material furniture and design items. These are also 100% recycled by BlueCycle. So we have some, we have also some pilot R&D projects for the production of a yarn for clothes or other things, and also for construction, as a construction material, which is a big project R&D. We are working with all stakeholders. This is the key. BlueCycle depends on synergies. We are open to synergies not only for the collection of our material, but also to spread the message and to have an impact in the decision making, which can be vital for not only for coastline places, but for all Greece. So we go to the source. We have our principles. We are very adamant in that in these principles. So we have we have been working all these years, a few years, but we have working constantly with all stakeholders, and we would like to expand our project, our program. The proof of concept has been done. Now we are ready to scale up and to move into larger productions and be more efficient. And these are a few of our partners, and we're very happy to have them on board.
So great, impressive numbers and great work. And I would like to ask you something about the cost of the products. Does collecting and recycling the material increases the cost, and does this prevent people from buying your products, or it sounds appealing, the fact that it's good for the environment and it's...
Actually, it's both of the statements are accurate. It increases the cost. The transportation is a big issue. We want to have a very low carbon footprint, so we do our best on that point. And also we are, but all this processing, it raises the cost of production. But our customers are, let's say, our friends are very happy buying something that comes from a very clear and very transparent procedure. So that goes both ways.
Okay. So we will reconnect with Mr. Edson, or okay. So we.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I would like to make you just one question because we're running out of time. Mr. Edson, is this mechanism, instruments or requirements enough to have the big picture about what is happening now in our oceans and how can we use this data to find a solution? Who is interested in the government, organization, companies? Does they want to solve the problem actually?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it's really important, again, for us to kind of use this data, I think, for long-term monitoring. So as we put basically policy into place, we really need to set up monitoring networks and use technology to quantify microplastics in the environment so that as we put these policies into place, we can ensure that they're having a net positive impact on the downstream environment. So using that data, I think, is really important for quantifying policy action.
Okay, thank you both very much. We are run out of time. Thank you so much, and good luck to your plans for the future. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for this.
Managed to travel only by using renewable energy. I believe that we will be having Mr. Ginter Pauli in a few seconds with us.
He's here.
And due to some obligations, we will be introducing Mr. Kastanas right away after Mr. Pauli's introduction and presentation. Hello, Mr. Pauli. It's
Hello, how
nice
are you
to
doing?
have you with us.
Thank you so much. And I know you are on Mediterranean time, meaning that you feel running late is being on time. Let me just be very clear and go back in history for some of you. In 1980, I met George Livanos. And in 1982, he created, I was a small little minuscule part of it, Helmepa. And you know, the goal of Helmepa at first was very simply not to throw the trash in the sea and keep it till the port. I mean, it was an amazing decision, but ladies and gentlemen, that is 40 years ago and nothing has really happened in the meantime. And I think we have to give ourselves a little slap in the face and say, why did we waste 40 years? Why is it coming up as an issue now, as an emergency? And I am asking you to please have ethics at the core. As George Livanos and I discussed at the time, you cannot steal less. If you're stealing, you're a thief. You're stealing less, you're still a thief. And the same logic applies to pollution. You can't pollute less. You can't pollute, period. Polluting less is polluting. Doing less damage is doing damage. And that has to be the core principle. Now, I am sick and tired at my age with my growing gray beard. I'm tired of further analysis. Analysis leads to paralysis. We need action on the ground. So I have equipped my ship Porima, the first ship in the world to be equipped with a system to continuously, as I'm moving through the seas, all nano and microplastics. We're using the technology of microfluidics that allows us to isolate only the microplastics up to 30 nano. what I think is important, we have 60,000 ships cruising the oceans all day and all night using the worst fuels in the world. The least they could do is every ship has to be installed with a microplastic removal technology. And if we don't do that, we have no right to look our children and our grandchildren into the eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be clear, action is needed. And when we look at the sources of the plastics today, it is a scandal, and this is my second major message. It is a scandal that there is no university around the world teaching their chemical engineers how to design polymers, plastics, that degrade in the soil, the sun, and the sea. It's amazing that today biodegradability is only standardized for soil, but the soil bacteria that degrade plastics in the soil do not exist in the sea. And as a result, we have a major accumulation of millions of tons of plastics because we designed them not to degrade. Ladies and gentlemen, you can talk about packaging as much as you want. You can talk about waste management systems as much as you want to talk. But we need to have engineers who have as a standard that any polymer we make will be degradable in the sea, in the sun, and in the soil. And unless we are doing that in practice, and we're only waiting for the standards to be decided by the European Union to go for action, we are wasting a generation. I believe in third point that I want to make in my very brief intervention is energy sources. My ship Porima has an excess of energy. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't have a problem with energy. I have too much power on my boat. I'm using the solar power, I'm using the kite power, and I'm using the hydrogen power that we make from seawater. Ladies and gentlemen, we make hydrogen on the boat from seawater. I don't understand why there's so much debate about heavy fuels and less polluting fuels when I have a ship that has done 95,000 nautical miles, and we have demonstrated it is perfectly possible to have an excess. Now, I take it for granted. The speed of my boat is maximum 12 knots, and this global industry wants to run at 20 knots. Fair enough. I take on the challenge, and I invite all the Greeks to join me in the challenge that in 2027, I will have a 80-meter catamaran solely running on hydrogen from seawater, kite and solar, and will go around the world in 80 days. And we will have 20 containers on our boat. Now, these are the kind of challenges we need to take up, ladies and gentlemen. For the rest, stop debating. Let's do it. My apologies, I have to go now. I have to join another meeting. It's a bit pity I couldn't be more with you, but I know that with Lucas and Ilias, you're in great hands to further these debates. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Pauli. Thanks a lot. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that you all agree that this was quite something. And I believe that you all agree and you already know why this person is one of the most influential people regarding plastic waste management in the oceans and in the seas worldwide. Without further delay, I would like to thank the American Hellenic Chamber for inviting me to be the facilitator of the two panels. The first one has to do with the sustainable maritime environment. To have some small introduction, I believe that nobody inside this room would be willing to throw plastic waste in the sea. But if we look at our behavior, and according to some scientific estimates, we all are part of polluting the seas. We would like to see how this is happening and what can we change. And we will be going to our first speaker. The title of the panel is Sustainable Maritime Environment. And our first speaker is Mr. Lukas Kontogiannis. He's the head of Marine Pollution Subdivision for Protective Measures, Marine Environment Division, International, from the International Maritime Organization, the well-known IMO. Mr. Kontogiannis, good afternoon. Before beginning with your presentation, I would like also to present Mr. Dr. Paskalis Kastanas. He's the Market Sustainable Packaging Manager of Nestlé. You all know what Nestlé is. So, Mr. Kontogiannis, I would like to begin with you and your presentation, and we're looking forward to hear it.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure and honor to be with you this afternoon, albeit remotely. My presentation to you today will be a high-level summary of some key international regulations that address marine plastics from sea-based sources. Specifically, I will talk about Annex 5 of the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships and the IMO Action Plan to address marine plastic litter from ships. The International Maritime Organization is a specialized agency of the United Nations with a mission to promote safe, secure, environmentally and efficient and sustainable shipping through cooperation. This mission is pursued through the development of international treaties that are agreed and acceded to by member states. The international requirements are then given effect through national and regional laws. A common misconception is that IMO deals with marine pollution in general. However, it's worth clarifying that the requirements developed within IMO are concerned with the prevention of marine pollution from ships mainly. There are requirements that regulate discharges from ships into the sea, as well as atmospheric pollution. The main instrument that this is achieved through is the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, and specifically within the context of marine litter, Annex 5 of that convention is the relevant one, which deals with prevention with requirements for garbage from ships. Annex 5 of MARPOL, as you can see, as well as all other annexes, covers more than 95% of world tonnage. In that regard, it's worth highlighting some of the key requirements in MARPOL Annex 5. Firstly, it prohibits the discharge of all types of garbage from ships into the sea, except in cases explicitly permitted. Annex 5 applies to all ships, including fishing vessels. And within the definition of garbage, the definition captures all plastics and fishing gear that is liable to be disposed. And the key message here is that MARPOL Annex 5, ever since its inception and entry into force in 1998, contains a complete ban imposed on the disposal into the sea of all forms of plastics. So this is not a new subject. In terms of enforcement and implementation of MARPOL Annex 5, the key players are the flag states in ensuring that ships flying the flag are in compliance with MARPOL regulations. Another key element of IMO treaties is port states, where each port state can inspect ships calling its ports and has an obligation to put in place adequate port reception facilities for the delivery of ship-generated waste. And of course, coastal states that may establish sanctions for any violation that occurs in the country's territorial sea and EEZ, and can also establish surveillance at sea programs. Now, one of the key elements for the capacity of ships to comply with the requirements of MARPOL is port reception facilities. What is meant by that is that every member state that is party to MARPOL has an obligation to ensure the provision of reception facilities that are adequate to meet the needs of ships using their ports and terminals. Most ports need reception facilities for garbage and oily residues, and fishing ports may need additional facilities to receive fishing gear. And governments and whether they're at federal level or regional level, need to inspect and license port reception facilities. Now, having said that the requirements in MARPlan X5 prohibit the discharge of all plastics into the ocean, the IMO in 2017 recognized that more needed to be done to enhance implementation of MARPlan X5. And therefore, the action plan to address marine plastic litter from ships was agreed at the Marine Environment Protection Committee. The objective of the plan is to further enhance IMO's commitment to reducing marine plastic litter from ships, and it contains several actions that need to be completed by 2025. These include measures to enhance MARPlan X5, such as requiring a garbage record book on smaller ships, improving reporting of fishing gear that has been lost, thus enhancing its future retrieval, marking a fishing gear to trace its ownership so that if it's retrieved from the ocean, it can be investigated, and increased awareness amongst seafarers and fishers. With that said, the message that I'd like to convey to you today is that regulations at the international level exist to address marine plastic litter from ships. Sea-based sources approximately account for about 20% of marine plastic litter in the ocean. However, it's important to take action to reduce, minimize, and eventually stop marine plastic litter from leaking into the ocean from sea-based sources. And I'll leave you with that, and hopefully in our subsequent discussion, we can elaborate on many of these points. Thank you very much.
Kontogiannis. I would like to ask you one question. When we think of the IMO, and of course, when we think of the IMO's treaties and rules, we believe that they are focused on the trading ships, on the merchant ships, and not on the fisheries, on the fishing ships and the fishing fleets worldwide. But yet, there's a lot of pollution coming from the fishing ships. Do you believe that the IMO is taking up any action towards this matter, and perhaps by doing some cooperation and some synergies with other organizations like the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations that is responsible for fisheries?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Indeed, your impression that the IMO deals mainly with merchant ships trading internationally is probably created by the fact that SOLAS, the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, explicitly doesn't apply to fishing vessels. However, MARPOL, in particular Annex 5, which contains regulation for the prevention of garbage from ships, prevention of pollution from garbage of ships, applies to all ships, including fishing vessels. So as I mentioned in my presentation, the definition of garbage in MARPOL includes fishing gear that's liable to be disposed, and disposal of fishing gear to the sea is prohibited in accordance with the general prohibition of the discharge of garbage into the sea. Therefore, from the international perspective, international law, MARPlan X5 is the main international instrument prohibiting the discharge of plastics and fishing gear into the sea from ships, with certain specific exceptions. So whereas the work of IMO in relation to fisheries is restricted to safety of ships and the prevention of pollution from ships, FAO deals more broadly with facilitating and securing the long-term sustainable development and utilization of the world's fisheries and aquaculture. To your question about collaboration, IMO and FAO work closely in promoting the entry into force of international regulation for the safety of fishing vessels, activities and measures to prevent, deter, and eliminate illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, and additional measures to prevent illegal discharges of fishing gear. So, for example, FAO has developed the voluntary guidelines on the marking of fishing gear and is currently working on a technical manual. And this will help inform the current development within IMO, which is to develop mandatory requirements for the marking of fishing gear. So the discussions within IMO will take into account the FAO guidelines and technical manual. Furthermore, I'd like to mention that there is a very ambitious program within IMO called the GLOLITTER Partnerships Project, which is a project between the government of Norway, IMO, and FAO, which aims to assist developing countries to prevent and reduce marine litter, especially plastic litter within the maritime transport and fisheries sectors, and to identify opportunities for the reduction of plastic use in both industries. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
I would like to have a specification. You mentioned a technical guideline, a technical manual for the fishing fleets. So what will that be? Could you give us an example? Could you give us an idea of how these guidelines will look like and seem like?
I don't have a specific idea, but I can give you my expectations. So, for example, there are many types of fishing gear, for example, long lines, nets. I'm not a fisheries expert, but I can give you those two examples. There are many technologies that are under development or exist in order to mark these types of fishing gear. So the technical manual, I expect, will provide specific recommendations on how to mark different types of fishing gear, what types of risk assessment should be done for specific fishing subsets of the fishing industry, in order to help administrations develop regulations, national regulations that will require the marking of fishing gear depending on the type of fishing industry that exists within each country.
This is certainly something that we will be looking forward to. Thanks a lot, Mr. Kotogiannis, again.
Thank you.
Let's move to our next speaker. It's Mr. Dr. Paskalis Kastanas, Market Sustainable Packaging Manager of Nestlé. Hello, Mr. Kastanas. The first time we met was in a conference, in a plastics industry conference, back in February 2020, and I believe it was the last conference with physical presence worldwide. I don't know about that. So I was surprised by hearing Nestlé's targets back then in 2020, and I'm really eager to hear your targets for the years to come.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. And thank you very much. I would like to thank Greek American Chamber of Commerce for the venue that they organize, and they give us the opportunity to present our progress. The situation is that the way things are, we only have one planet to live in, and we are running out of time. This is the situation. So we need to act, and we need to act fast, and this is something that was stressed before on this. And Nestlé has committed that by 2050 that we will achieve net zero greenhouse gases emissions. And also our commitment is none of our packaging, including plastic, will end up in landfills or as a litter. We transform our products to be more climate friendly, and we use 100% renewable electricity in all offices and factories. We started our sustainability journey a bit earlier than we first met. Mm-hmm. We started in 2018 by launching and actually making public our commitment. And we keep on building and supporting our journey with additional activities, like the creation of Institute of Packaging Sciences in Switzerland, the pledge for 1.5, actually this is now, even with the new pledges, is 2 billion Swiss francs towards food-grade recyclable plastic. We committed that we will reduce virgin plastic by 1/3 until 2025, And in 2020, we published the new Net Zero Roadmap. This new Net Zero Roadmap actually shows a clear numerical, a quantified approach of how much we need to, what is our baseline and how much we need to reduce in order to achieve our target for net zero. And we even break this quantification per region and per market, so everyone knows what exactly is their performance and how much they improve through the years. Nestlé needs to provide sustainable fit-for-purpose food. This is very important because all of us, we do not use food in the same way. For some of us, it's a means of pleasure. For others of us, a means of sustainment. And for some other of us, is a means of introducing nutrients, special and specific nutrients to our bodies. So safety and quality is the first priority. Pre-portion is a very important point that will help consumer in order to avoid food waste. And of course, key information to the consumers of what is the nutritional value of this product and what is the way to use it, what is the best way to use it, but there's also what is the best way to dispose packaging or anything else related to this. And we need to adapt this into the related geography, and Eastern Mediterranean is one very specific area that makes this adaptation very important and demonstrates it clearly. The needs in Greece are totally different than the needs in Egypt, or the needs in Libya, or the needs in Israel, or the needs in Lebanon, or the needs in Turkey. So each country needs to have adapted the food, the same food, in their own requirements and their own needs and their own specificities. The same goes with climate. Climate is totally different in Eastern Mediterranean countries like, let's say, Albania or Croatia, or the climate that we have in Egypt. Totally different, and food needs to be adapted to that, as well as the route to market for the same reasons. It's a totally different sales tactics and sales practices in Egypt and in Croatia or in Greece, and of course legislation. The countries who are in European Union, like Greece and Cyprus, have to follow and have to introduce very specific and tight legislation and within specific targets. And other countries, they need to decide for the legislation they will introduce themselves. Now, in order to achieve, we have a set of aims in order to achieve our ambition. And our ambition is to source our ingredients sustainably, transform our product portfolio. 100% of all our packaging will be recyclable or reusable by 2025, and reduce 1/3 of our virgin plastic. We use 100% renewable energy to manufacture our products. 90% of company fleet will consist of green vehicles by 2025. We will reduce our contribution to CO2 to zero for specific selected products. We will introduce in the market alternative products so consumers have options. And we will enhance the voice and strive to have more collective actions to promote sustainability. And we do this by collaborating with NGOs here in Greece that actually work on sustainability. One of the key and first changes related to products and to single-use plastic is the ban on plastic straws. For this reason, Nestlé supported Staramaki, which is a regenerative agriculture company that actually delivers straws from straw. This is where the name actually comes from. It is a socially based and managed company based in Kilkis, in one of the rural areas in Greece. And they produce the straws they offer in a totally physical way. It's socially responsible, providing employment to local community and support local income families, support circular economy by recycling any bio-waste that they may have. And this is an activity related to coffee, which is the core of the activities of Nestlé in Greece. We continue and we drive towards a circular and waste-free economy, and we have a motto of reduce, reuse, and recycle. And we reduce, and we are reducing our virgin plastic, and we will achieve our target by 2025 to have 1/3 reduction. We reuse and we pilot systems at this stage abroad, but soon in Greece as well, for reuse and refill systems. And we are among the first companies that we introduce up to 50% recycled plastic in our plastic bottles. This is very important because actually for materials that they are not included in the EPR systems of any described by the legislation, Nestlé set up its own recycling system like Nespresso, and we receive and we recycle and we have circular economy approaches both for the aluminium but also for the coffee that is included, which is composted and then is reused by Greek farmers. For this reason, Nestlé applies a totally circular ecosystem, and this circular ecosystem includes both the supply chain that we use in order to supply the market with our products and our services, but also the relationships we have with the authorities and this industry association, but also the relationships we have with NGO and other marine-related and marine plastic organizations in the country. One of the first activities that we have is with Aegean Rebreath, and we started with Aegean Rebreath with the Urban Initiative in Kalamata. The Urban Initiative in Kalamata is a combined initiative that combines both the habits of people of Kalamata in the way they consume their coffee and beverages on the go, and the effort was to collaborate with the providers of beverages on the go in Kalamata in order to change the mentality of people in Kalamata. Also, we collaborated with local municipality in order to reduce plastic pollution that goes to the Bay of Kalamata through the uncollected single-use plastic. And also we collaborated with the municipality of Pylos in order to protect the sand dunes in Voidokilia Bay that is a UNESCO natural environment monument, and they need protection from over-tourism and bad visiting habits. Here you see that in the area of Kalamata there is river Nedon that actually is more or less within the municipality of the city. This is a dry river during the summer period, but during the winter period this area collects all the water that comes through the rain. We collaborated with the municipality and we set up a net in order to block and keep all the plastic that is washed away from the city, goes to River Nedon and then ends up to the sea.
Are we going to see the result?
Yes, you can see the result. That is a green, good green, clean sea. Mm-hmm. And actually we even have statistics for this that from the municipality of Kalamata, that the amount of plastic in the sea is being reduced the 12 months that this whole system is being applied. The knowledge coming from the experience in Kalamata is being transferred to Thessaloniki, and we are scaling up. And yesterday we had an inauguration with the mayor of Thessaloniki of the same approach, including a sea drone that will clean up the seafront of Thessaloniki. Here Sea dune in Voidokilia is protected, and also messaging to the people of Kalamata through emotional communication in order to change their habits and actions and avoid littering the sea and the city. We are collaborating with Enalea, an NGO here in Greece that works with local fishermen. And with Enalea, we have 3 projects, one in Saronikos, one in Thermaikos as well, and one in the area of Ambrakikos, Astakos, and Vonitsa. In this area, we collect, up to now, we have activated 21 fishing vessels and 56 fishers. And until now, for the current year, we have reached more than 8 tons of plastic plastic packaging collected, and we are continuing until the end of the fishing season. For some reason, there is no sound, correct?
Well, sound has been an issue in the previous panel also, but I believe that we will make the effects, so we can go on.
We collaborate also with Polyeco and the University the University of Aegean in Mytilene, and we worked in the project called We See More initiative, where we map marine plastic in order to have focused collection of marine plastic, because since many years ago, the key thing in sea environment is to have a good map and go to the specific location in a targeted way. This helps a lot to improve the efficiency and the results of marine cleanup activities. Now. All these activities are done with the effort of drones, all the mapping, so this is why you will see the drones actually doing their job. This was a combined event with a sea drone and an area drone, and the sea drone was helped in order to map the surface, and the sea drone to map down 15 meters down the surface of the water.
Okay, now we can see what the drones show you.
And you will see then just in a second what actually the drones produced. They produced these pictures, photorealistic pictures, where they point exactly the location of the marine litter. So the cleanup teams, they target their efforts and they do not mess around like that in the sea. And
they didn't waste any time.
Exactly. And this is exceptional in order to control the performance and the effectiveness of all cleaning activities. Actually, this mapping activity has, from the University of Aegean, has the capability of identifying the plastic debris, so that if we can focus specifically on the removal of plastic pollution.
This has been great, Mr. Kastanas, really, sincerely.
We hope we will do even better things with the project now that we start in Thessaloniki. Last but not least, is that we need to walk the talk ourselves. We cannot just ask the others who buy our products not to pollute and not to. So all our facilities here in Greece are single-use plastic free.
Okay.
And all our facilities here in Greece, they use 100% renewable electricity.
Okay, that's great.
Here is that our commitment, and we have the support of our employees in order to live and operate that way. And actually, this is for us an everyday way of.
Well, I have only one question and 1.5 minutes left for your answer. I would like to learn about your philosophy more, because we saw really ambitious targets, and which are global targets, and we saw really important actions which are local. How would you say those two things are combined? Do you believe that the local action leads to global results?
Nestlé philosophy is to generate and regenerate. So we generate products, ideas, even business performance, and we need to regenerate the planet and resources in order to continue generating. This is very important, and this is a virtuous circle that we need to do in order to continue existing as a company and to continue deliver to our shareholders the benefit, and to our customers the benefits that we offer them. The main thing, as we said, that all efforts need to be localized. There is no one-size-fits-all. So we have, and this is the role that we play. We take the central strategy and the central policy, and we adjust this strategy and policy to the local environment. The Greek team and the Greek Nestlé team, actually, and I'm really proud for this, we spend a lot of time to convince the central head office that part of our sustainability strategy should include the sea as well. It is not only the forests and the reforestation,
of course,
or the avoidance of deforestation. It is not only the rivers and avoid polluting the rivers and the sea. Actually, the biggest lung in the planet is the blue lung, as we say. It is the oxygen that comes from the seas and from the oceans. So Greece is a country that has a huge relationship with sea, and actually this is exactly what we influenced the central strategy with, and actually we are promoting the approach that our planet has two lungs. One is the green lung and one is the blue lung, and we need to support both.
Thank you. Dear Mr. Kastanas and dear Mr. Kotogiannis, I would like to thank you both for this, ladies and gentlemen. This has been the panel for Sustainable Maritime Environment, and I believe that you also how the maritime environment can indeed be sustainable. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Change, biodiversity, and sustainable development. So we are going to talk with, to hear the speech of the intervention of a very important person in the European Parliament and the European Union institutions. Dear Mr. Grambas, hello from Athens.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Kodis. Honorable Excellencies, dear speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by thanking the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce for the kind invitation to address this timely event today, a first of its kind, if I may, in terms of such a spherical approach, magnitude, and added value. So warmest congratulations for initiating this forum in collaboration with the American Chamber of Commerce in Cyprus, and of course, the Israel-American Chamber of Commerce. Managing the work of the Secretariat of the European Parliament Intergroup on Climate Change, Biodiversity and Sustainable Development in Brussels, I am happy to address in the next 5 minutes the need for strong partnerships for a sustainable future, as well as the work of the Intergroup itself. Well, it is evident, as we heard from previous speakers, that the Eastern Mediterranean faces phenomenal challenges for which sustainable solutions need to be found. And although not in the room with you this afternoon, trust me, I can feel the enthusiasm and the unity in consensus listening to previous speakers around the vision that sustainability and partnerships can really drive such transformative change forward. On this journey, support for innovation and the science-based approach are necessary, as underlined within Mr. Kremlis' opening remarks as well. So I would like to echo this. We need to jointly address the current climate and biodiversity crisis, to bring together civil society, the stakeholders, and all sectors involved, and build on greater cooperation for sustainability. And all these objectives are actually at the core of the mission of this intergroup in the European Parliament. In brief, this intergroup is a high-level forum for discussion that brings together members of the European Parliament from all political groups and parliamentary committees to address some of the biggest challenges of our times. Looking into this mandate, it benefits from the support of the 5 biggest political groups and is co-chaired by MEPs Ms. Maria Spiraki and Ms. Mia-Petra Kumpula-Natri. As mentioned before, we can only respond to collective challenges with collective solutions. So it is important to note that this platform inside the European Parliament allows its members to listen, debate, and shape ideas and policies based on contributions from various experts. These come from international organizations, NGOs, the private sector, member states, of course, the research and academia community as well, in the presence of EU institutions. Through its activities, the intergroup also integrates all 3 pillars of sustainable development. Of course, this is about the environmental one, but equally so for social and economic into EU decision-making and policy. At the same time, it promotes smart, sustainable, and inclusive growth in a competitive Europe, contributing to meeting our important climate and environmental targets. I believe that on all previously mentioned and soon to be addressed topics as well today, there is a strong need to improve cooperation. Either we're talking about data collection, hence increasing our knowledge, to advancing cross-sectoral dialogue, engagement, and collaboration between policymakers and all stakeholders. We also need more investments and innovative solutions, as was mentioned at the beginning of this event, in various areas, of course, ranging from energy and transport to sustainable tourism, tackling pollution, boosting circular economy, and of course, fisheries, aquaculture, biodiversity, and more. As a result, on behalf of the Secretariat of the Intergroup, it would be with pleasure to work in close collaboration and to explore opportunities ahead, of which I'm sure there is plenty. I'll have to highlight that for all these efforts, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals serve as the overall policy umbrella for the Intergroup. And for the current mandate up to 2024, the focus is of course placed on the delivery and implementation of the European Green Deal. In the last slide, I've also noted all relevant working groups of the Intergroup, so you can see all the different themes and priorities that the Intergroup is active on. At the same time, more information is of course available on our website too, at ebcd.org/intergroup. And then moving to the last slides, Honorable Excellencies, dear speakers, ladies and gentlemen, we heard it a lot through the discussions in today's event that tomorrow comes today. So inspired by previous speakers, the intervention of Mr. Pauli, welcoming the great work of IMO as presented by Mr. Kontogiannis, but also hearing with great interest the presentation of Dr. Kastanas on Nestlé's sustainability journey. I equally believe that the private sector has a key role to play, and this is important for the multi-stakeholder approach to be used in moving forward. So, inspired by the momentum of these discussions, I believe that it is only based on strong partnerships and science that we can play a key role pushing the sustainability agenda, climate and environmental action forward. So, summing up, we know that a litter-free, healthy, and prosperous Mediterranean is key in our efforts to tackle both climate and biodiversity crisis, protect the environment, but also human health, and also address last but not least, all relevant socioeconomic activities that we so much depend on. So this is now upon us to take this ambition forward. So thank you once again for your attention, but also for driving this vision ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Grampas. It has been a pleasure, and your presentation has been crystal clear and really enlightening. We would like to thank you again. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further delay, we're going to move forward with the next panel. I would like to call Ms. Kosmopoulou. She's a very well-known person in terms of also managing plastic waste and the plastic pollution in the seas. Ms. Kosmopoulou, it is a pleasure to see you again. And also, we would like to connect with Ms. Emmanuelle Marie. She comes from the European Commission and from the Circular Economy, Sustainable Production and Consumption Unit. Is Ms. Emmanuelle Marie with us? Of course, digitally. I believe that, yes, hello, Ms. Marie. Hello from Athens. The sound problem again? Yeah? Can we?
I can hear you very well. Good afternoon, and sorry not to be with you in Greece.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Glad to be with you also. So we're looking forward for your presentation and speech.
So let's see if the technique will work on this side. So I don't see the, yes, now it works. So my name is Emmanuelle Maire. I work for the European Commission, and I work together with Ilias, who explained the position of the European Parliament and the intergroup just before. So we work hand in hand together with the 27 member states of the European Union. And so our role in the European Commission, headed by Ursula von der Leyen, Executive Vice President Timmermans, and my Commissioner for the Environment and Fisheries and Oceans, Mr. Sinkevicius, is to design proposals which are then sent to the European Parliament and the 27 member states to become the laws of the European Union, applicable for 500 million citizens on the basis of a lot of consultations. So plastics, as you all know, I think, is very much at the heart of our policies, the European Green Deal, but also the Circular Economy Action Plan and the European Strategy for Plastics in a Circular Economy. And there is a small delay in the slides, but the next one should come. Yes, I also wanted to flag to you the objectives of the European Union Zero Pollution Action Plans, where we have targets to reduce marine litter. And the goals are that by 2030, we should reduce 50% of the plastic litter at seas, and also the pollution by microplastics. And you see the figure of 30%. So among the tools which we have at our disposal, we have the Marine Strategic Framework Directive, but we're working also with the regional seas conventions, for example, the Barcelona Convention for the Protection of the Mediterranean, to adopt similar targets, and we have close working relations with them. So still a bit of delay between Brussels, yes, and Greece. So the plastic strategies set the scenes as to what we want to do on plastics, which is to improve the economics and quality of plastics recycling, drive investments and innovation towards circular solutions, push global action, and obviously curb plastic waste and littering. In the Circular Economy Action Plan, one of our key value chain to tackle is again plastics. So this gives you the broad policy and strategic framework which has been agreed by the European Parliament and the 27 member states. The next steps on plastics are the following. First of all, we are working to revise the existing packaging and packaging waste directive. Why? Because we are generating too much packaging waste, and we need to focus on prevention, reuse, but also recyclability and compostability to increase recycled content in packaging, and to make sure that we buy greener, for example, when public authorities are purchasing packaging as well. So this work is currently ongoing, and normally a proposal from the European Commission can be expected to the European Parliament and to the Council by the end of November. Another key area of attention of the European Commission is the so-called bioplastics, because sometimes these bioplastics are seen as a magic solution to conventional plastics. But first of all, bioplastics is a very general term that is used for bio-based plastics, so plastics made out of biomass, or biodegradable and compostable plastics. And this is rather a focus on the end of life of the plastic. So we see a number of opportunities related to these two kinds of plastics, but also a number of challenges. And through a policy orientation, communication, we would like to guide the development of the sector to make the most out of the biodegradable and bio-based plastics. As Nestlé highlighted before, a lot is still to be done on recycled content in different applications. So this is why the industry is working on a challenge that was launched by the European Commission, and the challenge to the industry is to be able to produce 10 million tons of recycled plastics in new products on the European Union market by 2025. So this means that we need to be able to produce these recycled plastics, but also to uptake these. And so a lot of efforts are being done by the industry at present to reach that goal in the coming years. We are also working on recycled content in the context of the well-known Single-Use Plastics Directive, because the directive foresees that by 2025, 25% of the bottles should be made of recyclable plastics. So now we are drafting specific provisions to make sure that this is implemented correctly across the European Union. And this figure of 25% by 2025 will then increase to 30% of plastic bottles made of recycled content by 2030. And we continue to work on the mandatory requirements on recycled content for a series of products which are illustrated below. So you see construction, you see vehicles, but also packaging. It is very important to have recycled content requirements, because otherwise the price of the virgin plastic, which is low, will continue to drive industries towards virgin plastics instead of recycled content. What we're also currently doing is working on the pollution by microplastics, which affects our seas, our rivers, our oceans. And there we see two different types of pollutions. One, which is microplastics added to products by industries such as the cosmetic or the detergent industry. And there the European Commission very recently, a few weeks ago, has proposed to the member states to restrict the use of microplastics in a series of products. This is under the chemical legislation of the European Union, the so-called REACH legislation. So now member states have to decide upon the proposal from the European Commission. Another type of microplastics is related to the use of products that can be pellets, which are used to make plastic products and which leaks into the environment, but also tires, textiles, paints, geotextiles used for a series of construction applications, and detergent capsules. These ones are extremely difficult to tackle as well because they are related to the use of products, and an impact assessment is currently ongoing. So we hope that by 2023, in the first quarter, we will have further decisions and proposals on combating microplastics pollution. I also wanted to draw your attention to a number of cross-cutting issues related to plastics. We finance the European Union budget through contribution from the member states, which is calculated on the non-recycled plastic packaging waste. And through the money we are getting from the European Union budget, we are also able to support innovation. For example, the one on healthy oceans, seas, and waters. We are able to finance research and innovation to substitute and eliminate hazardous substances. To finance also scientific knowledge related to the risk and occurrence of microplastics in the environment, and also exploring the potential of chemical recycling. Last but not least, we are, as you may know, pushing always very strongly for a global agreement on the plastics at UN level by 2024. This was part of our commitment under the Circular Economy Action Plan. And we are really glad that the United Nations Assembly for the Environment, beginning of this year, accepted the principle of a legally binding instrument for the planet. I mean, we know that it's very difficult to get into international negotiations globally, and having the green light of UNEA for this work was a very positive signal. So experts are currently working on this, and the work should be finalized within 2024. And with this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I stay with you for the next questions and presentations. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Mea, for your presentation. But I would like to ask you questions, and I would like to kindly ask you to try to translate everything that you have said to the language of money. And by saying this, I mean, does the Commission plan to impose any penalties or fees to the member states that do not meet the targets, especially in the plastics recycling? And on the other hand, does the Commission plan to fund the actions for the plastics industry in order to produce plastics that are more easily combusted?
Yes, so on your first question, you're right. It's very important to have EU laws and regulations, but it is even more important to have them implemented across the European Union. And we have already many pieces of legislation which needs to be implemented, such as the Waste Framework Directive, the landfill directive or the single-use plastics directive. So when these are not implemented, the European Commission can first of all ask questions to the member states, and there is a process that can go up to the Court of Justice. And if nothing is done really after several steps, then the Commission can ask the Court of Justice to impose fines on the member states for failure to comply. And the importance of implementation of separate collection, of recycling obligation, from minimizing at all costs landfilling. I mean, the objective is 10%, and this is the legal target, binding target, are extremely important. So that's indeed a very good question. We always look at what we can do next in terms of new laws and regulations, but it's also extremely important to implement the ones we have. And in the field of waste management, back in November, we also published publicly the fact that the European Commission was going to the court for a number of member states who had failed to do this. And I think that in the coming weeks, you will also see that we will continue to do so on other legislation. So just watch that space. On your question related to the funding of activities related to bio-based, biodegradable, and compostable plastics, there is already a lot of research and innovation activities in this field. And our objectives are to focus on the environmental sustainability of the production processes, on the use and the disposal of these plastics. And future areas of work related to circular bio-based plastics will probably be highlighted in the policy document on bioplastics, which will be published also towards the end of November. So there you will see also more political orientations from the Commission on that.
Mayor, thank you a lot for your answer and your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward to our next speaker. It is a very well-known person. She's a very well-known person. It's Dr. Angeliki Kosmopoulou, Executive Director of Athanasios Laskaridis Charitable Foundation. Dr. Kosmopoulou, great to see you again. And what is your opinion? Are we going to face more fines as a country because we do not recycle as much as we should?
Well, there are many things that are not being done properly, but I would like to restrict my own talk today, brief talk today, to things that have to do with civil society. So as a representative of civil society, among many people like policymakers and scholars and experts, I think I should limit myself to something that I really know well. And as the topic of today's meeting is marine litter, I want to take you back to the beginnings. I hope this is going to work now. And take you back to the Greek seas. It's the end of the summer, so it seems. It's a rainy day today, but we've all hopefully enjoyed our summer. And it's a summer, a season that has been particularly good for Greek tourism. And when we think of the sea, when we close our eyes and think of the sea, we tend to think of something like this, pristine, beautiful, something that we are willing to enjoy. But reality often clashes with this idea, because oftentimes when we visit the Greek seas, we see images like this. This is one of many snapshots that represent our work, a representative of the work that we're asked to do at the Greek coastline. And where this photograph was taken is really not of importance, because similar pictures you can see all over the country, unfortunately. So we have tons of marine pollution stranded on the Greek beaches. In addition to that, we have floating litter. This is a very recent picture from the small Marina and Koufonisi, one of the most popular Greek islands in the Cyclades, in the heart of the Aegean. Not very pleasant picture, I would think. And this is the outcome of a day of underwater cleanups, again in Koufonisi. And if you just focus on the image, you'll see...
All this from Koufonisi?
Yeah, one day,
Okay.
like a couple of hours.
Okay.
And this is the second season that we have cleaned Koufonisi. So this is like a repetitive, like a second wave of work. And if you look closely at this image, you see some of the main pollutants. You see that plastic predominates, and you see that single-use plastic is all over. And again, this is not something that is typical of this center of the Aegean or of this particular island. This is something that we see again and again in our country, not only here. And then I'll take you upon a fishing boat. We think of fish as something good for us, healthy. But this is what fish that finds itself on a fishing boat oftentimes looks like. This is an image that was taken a couple of years ago in Kavala on one of the fishing boats, trawlers, that we use as part of our Fishing for Litter program. And this shows to us what happens at the bottom of the sea, where most of us have no idea what happens there. Another facet of pollution. And now I would like to take you to potential solutions, because our panel was supposed to identify the problem and then try to pinpoint some of the solutions. And I will only note and share with you solutions that have something to do with the work a non-profit organization could support. I just want to remind you that we are a rather recent charitable organization that is based in Greece and operates in Greece alone, and that all of our efforts are self-funded. So the first thing that you have to do, obviously, when you want to tackle marine pollution is to perform cleanups. We do this, and so do many other organizations, and I know that in the course of this morning you had the opportunity to hear much more about it, but I want to introduce you to our own vessel, the Typhoon. This is a 72-meter-long boat that is owned by the foundation and allows us to travel around Greece and perform major cleanups on a daily basis. That is 365 days, with very few exceptions when the weather is so bad that we cannot really operate. It has a fleet of 35 members, and every day in the morning and again in the afternoon, they go upon 5 smaller boats on coasts that are remote. That is, coasts without hotels, without beach bars, without other facilities where someone else has to tackle marine pollution. And it allows us to clean the Greek shores. Some images again. This is a typical day on the field, the beginning of the day. And this is what the end of a day or the end of a session looks like. To date, the Typhoon has cleaned over 3,000 beaches, remote beaches, and collected over 400 tons of beach litter. And I want you to think beyond numbers. Try to picture this. 400 tons of beach litter is something that sounds big and disgusting. But if we think of the type of litter that we saw before, that is litter that mostly belongs to the single-use plastic group, that is lightweight and flimsy. And if we try to translate this into volume, we may start to realize the impact this litter has on our beaches. So the amount of marine litter on the Greek coastline is tremendous. And collecting litter is a first good step, because you leave the beaches cleaner than you found them. It's definitely a good thing to do, but it's not enough. It's hardly enough. The second thing we need to do is to collect and analyze data. Obviously, we cannot solve a problem if we don't know what the problem really looks like. It's like going to the doctor and asking for a remedy without taking the proper medical exams. So we need to identify everything and record everything, and this is what we do on all of our expeditions. These are 3 members of our team just last week, and they're doing 2 things here. They're recording the finds, and at the same time, they're looking for barcodes or any indications of chronology. We work a bit like archaeologists, and myself having a background in archaeology, I find this really exciting because there are many theories about the cycle of life of plastics. How long for are they going to be part, are they going to stay in the environment? We don't have indications. So by identifying data like this, and by sending this material to the labs of the 3 universities that we collaborate with, we're able to gradually see how materials behave in the course of time. So we know how many plastics, how many pieces of litter, what types of litter, what types of what types of activity they are associated with, and how long have they been out there for. These are things that we're trying to identify and record. And to give you an idea of the commonest types of beach litter, plastics predominate in different forms. That is, small pieces of plastic are number one, but then styrofoam that is connected with fishing activity, plastic bottles, plastic lids, ropes and strings that again are connected with fishing activity. They're made of plastic, cups, everything. The vast majority of what we collect on all those beaches is plastic. So we know what we need to stop. In addition to that, we need to fund and support research. No one of us, no one entity can solve such a big crisis alone. And we need research, we need to fund it, and we need to use its outcomes and connect them with the policymakers. We collaborate, as I said, with 3 universities. These are 2 pictures that reflect our work with the Oceanography Department of the University of Patras. We work together in 2 distinct areas, the Salonikos Gulf and the Thermaikos Gulf. That is the two areas very close to the biggest metropolitan centers of this country, and we try to identify the conditions of litter on the bottom of the sea. So we use ROVs to see what happens at the bottom of the sea. This is an ongoing research. We have just finished our 3rd season, and it's interesting. We're very happy that we're able to fund it, but at the same time, it's really disheartening because we see that there is litter in places where we cannot see. This is a bottle of water deteriorating that is found at the depth of like 50 meters. And it's not just one, it's many of them. And this is a category of litter that we tend to forget about because we don't see it. It's not something that is before our eyes all the time. It's not something that looks ugly and makes us want to change it. So knowing the streams of litter is very important to us. Another thing we can do is that we educate youth, along with many other organizations that do similar stuff. We tend to think, we say lots of things about youth. The young people are the future. Young people have part of the solution in their hands, and this is true. But in order for them to be an agent that is going to promote this environmental agenda, we have to start working with young people at a very young age. And we have to give them the ideas, and we have to listen to them because they are not only recipients of our own knowledge, sources of knowledge, but they have their own ideas. So we started working with kids from the first grades of elementary school all the way to the end of the Greek schooling system. And one of the things that we're doing is that we're now offering citizen science programs where we give kids in remote Greek areas, the opportunity to measure several parameters that have to do with the marine environment and report back to us in order to know that they are part of the solution. So we need to educate the youth. At the same time, we need to educate other stakeholders. It's not only youth, it's all of us. It's the fishing community. You see one of the fishermen that are participating in one of our programs there. They are the ones who are making a living out of the sea. So for them, the health of the sea is of the utmost importance for their own sustenance. So we work with them. We work with the people in the small markets. This is a photograph from Donusa, one of the areas where we are running a program for 5 years. We go from one shop into another, and we try to explain to each one shop owner that changing, that stepping away from single-use plastic bags in this case, and switching, for instance, to paper bags can make a difference. But this takes a lot of time, takes a lot of effort, and a lot of repetition. And we should not forget that time is of essence now. So we have to work with all the stakeholders, but work really fast. We work with the inhabitants of small areas, and we go again and again there. We work a lot, and we need to work more with the local municipalities, because they are the ones who are going to translate the frameworks into something that is meaningful to their own community. And, sorry, excuse me, one more. We need to, okay, and we need to collaborate. We need to collaborate with all other agents that have part of the solution in their own hands. That is, with the academic community, with other civil society agents, with the Greek state. And we have to connect the dots, essentially, because there are so many efforts out there that are really meaningful, but what lacks in our case, in the case of our country, is the glue that can bind all these elements together. So this here is a picture that shows some of our collaborators, and actually some of them are represented in this room, but we're hardly enough. We need to work with all the stakeholders if we want things to change in the field. And this is just a final slide to show you who these people are and where they come from. So our effort as an independent agent of change is to work with all of them, to do what we can do, and to take the risk to try out things, even if they don't work in the end, or they do not work as well as we wanted to. Because this is what a charitable foundation should do. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Kosmopoulou. And I would like to ask you whether you would like to reveal any of your future collaborations as Athanasios Laskaridis Charitable Foundation.
Yes, definitely. We want to work more with the academic community. We see the results of this collaboration already, because as a self-funded foundation, we have the opportunity to do this, and we're more flexible than the state organizations are. So we want to do more of that, and we want to work closely with the state, as I said, in order to provide things that are necessary but are not granted at this stage. Even bringing back the outcomes of pilot projects is necessary for the state. Now our country has a legislative framework for single-use plastics, for instance. But does it work? Is it implemented properly? Are there holes here and there? Are there things that are to be improved? There are. And organizations like ours and many other civil society organizations can just, raise this flag and say, yes, things are in place, but there are many things that are missing. Can we take on some more responsibility to do something about that? Our foundation had the privilege to work closely with the Greek state as a coordinator of the national efforts in order to translate the European regulations regarding single-use plastics into the Greek legislation. But there is a huge gap between theory and plans that you make on paper and actual implementation. For instance, still 2 years later, we see plastic straws again in the Greek market. So things like that, red flags, are very important if we want to work closely with all the stakeholders.
Dr. Kosmopoulou, thanks a lot for your presentation and your kind answer. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure, and I believe that this is one of the best time that you have been waiting for. Let's move to the networking cocktail. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
the start of 2021, we were proud when EY set a bold new carbon ambition.
To reach net zero in 2025. In line with its science-based target, EY has started reducing its emissions.
And has now reached a major first milestone in that ambition.
Today, we are proud to say that EY is carbon negative.
What that means is that globally, EY now offsets and removes more carbon than it emits.
This is important because the time to collaborate, innovate, and accelerate towards a low-carbon future is now.
The planet's temperature is rising, too far and too fast, and the world needs better answers to this challenge.
That's why we're all so pleased EY has taken steps towards decarbonization through its 7-point carbon action plan.
And investments in 6 high-impact projects that remove or avoid carbon, including forest conservation, reforestation, and regenerative agriculture.
And we are determined to remain carbon negative.
As the world recovers from the COVID-19 pandemic and business travel becomes possible again,
we recognize that every organization has a critical and positive role to play, and every one of us do.
Because climate change is everybody's business.
Getting to carbon negative is one way to create long-term value, but it is just one small part of a much bigger challenge.
That is why EY will support clients and other stakeholders on their decarbonisation journey by investing in solutions, services and people.
To help protect and create values as they become more sustainable too.
And why EY will continue to use its convening power to work with others to help find answers to the climate crisis.
With 300,000 EY people collaborating globally with all stakeholders and ecosystems,
we can address this issue for future generations to come.
Together we can build a better and more sustainable working world.
Ονειρεύομαι ένα πλανήτη με καταπράσινα τοπία, με καθαρές θάλασσες και ακτές, χωρίς σκουπίδια.
Στα καταστήματα Κοσμοτέ και Γερμανός πιστεύουμε ότι είναι υποχρέωσή μας να λειτουργούμε με τρόπο βιώσιμο και κοινωνικά υπεύθυνο. Σημαντικό κομμάτι των δράσεων για το περιβάλλον είναι και η ανακύκλωση. Ήδη εδώ και 10 χρόνια, με τη συμμετοχή των πελατών μας, έχουμε ανακυκλώσει στα καταστήματά μας περισσότερους από 130 τόνους φορητών συσκευών με τα αξεσουάρ τους. Και συνεχίζουμε. Φέτος
ενώνουμε δυνάμεις με την εναλία, στηρίζοντας την πολύ σημαντική περιβαλλοντική της δράση και μέσα από το δικό μας πρόγραμμα ανακύκλωσης στα καταστήματα Κοσμοτέ και Γερμανός.
Είμαστε πολύ χαρούμενοι για τη συνεργασία μας με την Κοσμοτέ, γιατί μας υποστηρίζει έτσι ώστε να κάνουμε μια συστημική και ολοκληρωμένη δράση. Ξεκινώντας από εκπαιδεύσεις στις τοπικές κοινωνίες, ενημερώσεις και εκπαιδεύσεις σε σχολεία, αλλά και καθαρισμούς πλαστικού από θάλασσες και ακτές σε συνεργασία με τις αλληλευτικές κοινότητες.
Έτσι λοιπόν βρισκόμαστε σήμερα εδώ και μαζί με μαθητές από τα σχολεία της περιοχής καθαρίζουμε τις ακτές της Κεφαλονιάς.
Συμμετέχω σε αυτή τη δράση γιατί θέλω το καλοκαίρι μου να κάνω μπάνιο σε μια πεντακάθαρη θάλασσα. Μη λερώνετε το μεγάλο μας σπίτι, τον πλανήτη Γη. Καθαρίστε τον πλανήτη Γη, δεν είναι ντροπή.
Είμαι ψαράς 37 χρόνια. Έχουμε μια πολύ καλή συνεργασία με την Εναλία, γιατί παίρνει τα αναλώσιμα δίχτυα μας και τα ανακυκλώνει. Στα πλαίσια αυτής της συνεργασίας, κάποιες μέρες σταματάμε το ψάρεμα και μαζεύουμε πλαστικά από τη θάλασσα.
Μάλιστα δεν μένουμε μόνο εκεί, αλλά φροντίζουμε έτσι ώστε αυτό το πλαστικό να μην καταλήξει εκ νέου στη θάλασσα, αλλά αντίθετα να ενταχθεί στην κυκλική οικονομία και να μετασχηματιστεί σε νέα προϊόντα.
Μέσα από αυτή τη συνεργασία ελπίζουμε ότι θα συνεισφέρουμε κι εμείς στη δημιουργία ενός πλανήτη με λιγότερο πλαστικό, αλλά και στη δημιουργία ενός κόσμου καλύτερου για όλους εμάς.
Θέλουμε ο τόπος μας να είναι με καθαρές θάλασσες και ακτές. Καθαρή μέρα κάθε μέρα, χωρίς σκουπίδια. Θέλουμε ένα καθαρό πλανήτη.
The panel on regulated fishing threatening a viable ocean economy is starting right now with two prominent speakers, the Deputy Minister, Mr. Simos Kirikoglou. Mr. Minister, welcome. We are very happy to have you with us. Mr. Kirikoglou is in charge of fisheries, aquaculture, and I would add blue economy in the global context and in the broad context of blue economy. And the second prominent speaker is Ms. Despina Simons, who is the director and coordinator of the European Bureau for Conservation and Development. They will both make their presentation. So I would like to start with Minister Kirikoglou. Minister, the floor is yours. The title refers to unregulated fishing, but it is broader in the sense that it covers overfishing and other issues related to fisheries and aquaculture and to the impacts of climate change on both important sectors.
It's mainly an issue of mentality. It is an issue of mentality as how do we regard our seas and our future. But let me start with the basic facts. Sustainable blue economy is a sector of supreme importance for the European, but also for the Greek economy. The conservation and protection of biodiversity are fundamental for marine economic activity, as they are a necessary condition for activities such as fishing, biotechnology, and tourism, while the conservation and restoration of biodiversity also offer opportunities for economic development. Aquatic biological resources and blue biotechnology are crucial to delivering on the Green Deal's ambition of the blue economy, which alleviates the multiple demands on EU's land resources and tackles climate change. Unprecedented advances in the biotechnology toolbox have triggered an increased interest in the potential of aquatic bioresources. Further research and innovation will be the key to unlock the value of our marine and freshwater biological resources and provide sustainable products and services to the society, whilst avoiding systematic impacts on biodiversity. Nevertheless, the Mediterranean biodiversity is threatened by certain human activities, including maritime transport, overfishing, and illegal fishing, unreported and unregulated fishing, offshore drilling, tourism, coastal and seabed land take, coastal landfills, and marine pollution in all its forms, including marine litter, microplastics, lost, abandoned, and otherwise discarded fishing gear, underwater noise, oil spills, and hazardous materials. Now is the time to concrete action, from formulation to effective implementation, as a matter of utmost urgency and priority. According to the statement that our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, made exactly before 1 year, there is a need for more efforts on the restoration of stocks to sustainable levels, giving priority on the bycatch reduction, protection of protected species, sustainable fishing, and increased selectivity of fishing methods, and above all, to strengthen the control of fishing activities. The action plan Mediterranean, a model sea by 2030, proposed by France, in which our country participates and undertakes commitments for Greece, focuses on 4 main challenges to protect the Mediterranean marine environment: loss of biodiversity, unsustainable fishing, pollution of seas, especially from plastics, and unsustainable maritime transport. The importance of regional cooperation for the implementation of conservation measures, both between EU member states through the establishment and implementation of multi-annual management plans, and between the EU and third countries, which is especially important for Greece, through cooperation in regional fisheries management organizations, especially in areas such as the Mediterranean, is a given. We commit to the goal of protecting 30% of the Mediterranean by 2030. Beyond raising the ambition to protect 30% of marine and coastal areas, we must work to ensure that effective enforcement mechanisms are also present to ensure the implementation of all regulations. At the same time, there is the need to avoid unfair competition between the fishers of member states who are obliged to apply to a strict international institutional framework and the fishers of third countries. This for Greece is especially important. We have to continue the fight against IUU fishing activities by strengthening fisheries management and control measures, by improving the remote observation capabilities, by increasing the needed training and support cooperation, exchange of information, and capacity building in order to combat IUU fishing. Greece participates and supports the General Fisheries Commission for the Mediterranean Regional Plan of Action against unregulated fishing and works towards the effective implementation of the GFCM Joint International Control and Inspection Schemes. At the same time, the need for the co-assessment of other anthropogenic activities apart from fishing, which contribute to the degradation of the marine environment and the reduction of stocks and marine biodiversity, must be highlighted. We all know the threat of plastic pollution. For our region, it is essential that Mediterranean states work together towards building an effective policy structure for the elimination of plastic discharges by 2030 at the least. We must set clear and ambitious targets in order to achieve 100% plastic waste collection and recycling by 2025, and to engage the private sector in minimizing plastic packaging at the highest level in favor of transitioning to a circular economy. Concerning the national level, we already support different initiatives on collecting marine litter, including through the implementation of fishing for litter practices and encourage measures targeting the issue of abandoned, lost, or discarded fishing gear. And we support fishers in the key role to assist in the recovery of ghost gear at sea. I want, because tomorrow, no, the day after tomorrow, I'm going to Amorgos. I want to talk to you about Amorgorama. It is fishing for litter before us. I mean, the fishermen of Amorgos 2 years ago decided that they care about their future more than we had already decided. And they are stopping fishing activities for 2 months, April and May, which is a fishing reproduction period. And they collect litter from the coasts of Amorgos. It's a small, beautiful island in the Aegean Sea, in the Cyclades. Can you imagine how many tons of plastic they collected in 1 month? 12 tons of plastic in 1 month in a small island like Amorgos. My aim, our government's aim, our Prime Minister's aim is to make Amorgos a model, not only for all our Greek islands, but for the whole Mediterranean Sea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for this thorough overview of the critical issues that the blue economy, fisheries and aquaculture are facing, and of course for the best practice that is being developed in Amorgos. We have green islands on energy. Now we will have a green island on sustainable fisheries and a good practice in collecting plastic, which needs to be rewarded for the fishermen, and incentives could be considered in that effect. As time is running, I would like to ask you 2 short questions. I know that you are extremely busy and that you have to leave us. The first question is, have you considered in this broad spectrum of initiatives that you are developing within your ministry, alternative, let's say, means, sustainable initiatives as regards, for example, aquaculture tourism or, let's say, fisheries tourism? That's the first question. And the second question, because of the climate change and the increase of the temperature of the seas, I have heard you referring in other speeches that you have delivered in other fora, that invasive alien species have entered into the Mediterranean. And my question is how Greece and how the European Mediterranean community is considering tackling this problem that is threatening our biodiversity. Mr. Minister, please be as short as possible because we have one more speaker.
And be very, very short. You see, we have a difficult balance. Protect our fish deposits, but also support our fishermen. So we must find other ways to support our fishermen. So we have signed an IMU with the Ministry of Tourism in Greece. We are promoting fishing tourism, which is a very good tool. It is a win-win-win situation. What I mean is the fishermen will have a new source of income, and our first results, our first impressions is that we have very good response from our fishermen, but also from our tourists, that they want to explore this unique experience of fishing in Greece. We are an ideal place for fishing tourism of any kind. We have easy coasts for family fishing. We have the wide open sea fishing for more extreme, adventurous characters. So this is going well. And also at the same time, when you give an alternative occupation for the fishermen, then they're not fishing so much. So our fishing resources can be sustained and developed. And the third factor, which is not my responsibility, but it's the Ministry of Tourism, we have one more reason to visit Greece. As far as the exotic invaders, as we call them in Greece, the Lesepsian migrants, it's a huge question. It is something that we must all work together. You know, just for 1.5 grade in heating of the sea, we have been invaded by fish that don't belong to the Mediterranean. In some cases, like the lionfish, we have found solutions. Our cooks have found ways to cook the lionfish, and it is a very highly esteemed food in our most distinguished places for tourists. But we have other fish, like the Lagocephalus. That's a very difficult problem, because we're talking about a fish that is big, that has no natural enemies in the Mediterranean. It comes from the Indian Ocean. In the Indian Ocean, the natural enemy is the sharks. We don't have sharks in the Aegean Sea, so they are multiplying. And we are in constant discussion with other EU countries. It's not just a Greek problem, it is a Mediterranean problem, to find ways how to combat an alien species which is multiplying without enemies. We had the first attack on a human. First time it was a woman in Crete that lost one of her toe fingers, and we are very much concerned. We are in cooperation with the Ministry of Environment for finding ways, also with fishermen, how to combat this certain species. It is difficult. We must all work together. It is, how can you combat climate change? How can you combat the rise in temperature? Well, that's what we must find ways for solutions.
Mr. Minister, thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. Your replies have risen new.
And I congratulate you for your initiative, because, especially for Greece, we are a sea nation. Greece without a healthy sea is not a healthy Greece.
Thank you very much, and we are looking forward to your support in future events of this Mediterranean Forum that we have initiated today on developing a circular Mediterranean and on combating litter and plastic pollution in the Mediterranean. Thank you very much. I would like now to give the floor to the second speaker. Mr. Minister, feel free to
Thank you very much. Congratulations for the initiative. We must continue this effort, because we have to work together. Not only just us in Greece, all the Mediterranean nations, all the European nations, because apart from the Mediterranean nations, I believe northern nations, Germany, France, Britain, they all come to the Mediterranean. So everybody wants a nice, healthy Mediterranean Sea.
Thank you very much once again. I would like now to give the floor to Madam Simons. I apologize. The Minister had very interesting things to share with us, and we were really keen to listen to him and to all the initiatives that Greece is undertaking within the European Union. So the floor is yours now. I would like to kindly ask you, because the time is already spent, to be as short as possible. The floor is yours.
Presentation there.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, first of all, above all, to the Greek American Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to this very important and distinguished forum. I have enjoyed very much all the presentations and have learned a lot, and especially in this panel. Since we have heard from the Minister a lot of the state of play of fisheries and what Greece is doing to tackle these issues, I would focus mainly on some of the main challenges the fisheries sector is facing. There is no doubt that sustainable fisheries and aquaculture is a key enabler for a viable ocean economy. However, as the Minister said, the sea and sustainable fisheries is facing many challenges. And I will focus on the two most important challenges for achieving sustainable fisheries these days. The IUU, and the common challenge for both of them is the lack of enforcement and implementation. So what is IUU? I will not read all of this, but it stands for illegal, unreported and unregulated fisheries. Illegal because the vessel that has operates has no authority to operate in those waters. Unreported because the activity is not reported in any official forum or misreported. And it's unregulated because the vessel has no nationality and is subject to no rules and regulations. So this is one of the most, according to the FAO, threats to the marine environment and to fisheries, to achieving sustainable fisheries. So why is it a big threat for viable ocean economy? First of all, it contributes to overfishing and the depletion of the stocks. It jeopardizes ocean governance efforts. It creates unfair competition for the fishers who actually respect the rule. And it's linked with criminal activities such as money laundering, tax evasion, human rights abuses, etc. IUU has been the focus of a lot of political attention over the last decade. The EU adopted a very stringent IUU-EU regulation, which is actually showing some effects, but it's moving. And FAO has adopted several plans of actions, and the most important one of those is the Port State Measures. It's a Port States Measure Agreement endorsed in 2018, which is one of the most important tools, and I will come later to what that is not implemented in the Mediterranean by several countries. So then we have the overfishing. And of course, overfishing is one of the major problems. It's taking a fish from the stock that does not allow the stock to reproduce. And that creates a stock to decrease. That means it loss of biodiversity and loss of the food security for everything. So there is, for all this, there is lack and poor sustainable fisheries and policies that are responsible for this. But enforcement and implementation of existing instruments still remains a very big obstacle for this. So why is overfishing a threat? Because it affects food security in the long term and the stock depletion. It creates socioeconomic shortcomings for the fishers and the entire value chain. It damages the marine environment, and it contributes to biodiversity loss. According to the FAO Sophia report, there is great progress in some areas, but overall it still remains a very important problem. The subsidies, the WTO decision of this year to eliminate subsidies that contribute to overcapacity is a milestone for fisheries because it's been on the table for WTO for many years. So, yeah. I just mentioned some of the other challenges which the minister covered in more detail. We have the climate change, we have ocean, which is with ocean acidification, temperature increase, the sea level rise, the invasive also species, which I may raise, plus there is the nexus between fisheries and climate change is increasingly important in the climate COP that will be held in Sharm-el-Sheikh, and there will be a lot of daily conferences focusing on this because the nexus between fisheries and it affects the migration, the reproduction of the stocks and all of this, so it's quite important. Then we have the plastic pollution, a lot of it we have heard today, chemical, land-based activities that have consequences also and affect the state of the stocks. We also heard the big problem, the serious problem of invasive alien species. Sorry if I repeat all of this, but I didn't know that. Into competition with native species, and we heard the seriousness of the problem in the Mediterranean from the minister. And then we have lack of policy coherence, that there is not much coherence between the different policies, environmental, development, fisheries, and other relevant policies. In addition, we have poor implementation and enforcement, poor data collection, because we still have in the Mediterranean a lot of short species that we don't have enough scientific data. And of course, another problem is the competition for space. There is currently an ongoing conflict between the inshore fishery, wind farms and fisheries. And that has been a lot of discussion in the EU dealing with this conflict. And a lot of the advisory councils to DG Mare are dealing with this question. So these are some of the challenges. Just some words about the Mediterranean. Overfishing, the Mediterranean and the Black Sea were in 2019, according to the FAO, the world's second most overfished fishing area. Only 36% of the assessed stocks in the area were fished within biological levels, sustainable levels. So, of course, IUU fishing is partly responsible for the situation, and this hinders the efforts made by the fishers who actually comply with the rules. According to an FAO report that was reported lately, 11 Mediterranean countries is reported that they carry illegal fishing, especially with sharks and rays and some species. Of course, a big challenge for the Mediterranean is that it is a shared sea, and that we have shared between the EU and third countries, and that which have different rules, and that is a big challenge. And also the challenge, as the minister mentioned, between what is called the level playing field, the rules that are followed by the EU and are not followed by other members. The most important, as I say, Port State Measures Agreement that was adopted by FAO and is very severe. We have several Mediterranean countries, especially in the Eastern Mediterranean, that have not yet ratified this agreement. So it is very important that they proceed in ratification. And of course, I will not go into detail. GFCM is the body that is dealing with this, with all of these challenges. So I think I will leave because of a short of time, but I would like to answer any of your questions you might have. I have some recommendations.
Thank you very much for this presentation. In 2024, Greece will host the Oceans Worldwide Conference, and of course we will rely on your expertise in preparing properly this conference that Greece will have the privilege to host, and this was praised by Secretary John Kerry as the key achievement for our country to host this important conference. You have referred to all the challenges that we are facing, starting from climate, overfishing, unregulated fishing. What are the enablers and what would you suggest in a nutshell on the roadmap and on how we could face these problems? Of course, there will be global initiatives on combating plastic pollution, but you have referred to more specific ones on fisheries. So can we say 1, 2, 3,
Okay.
as the time has already passed?
Okay, thank you so much. I will be very brief, but yes, first of all, I'm very pleased that our country has taken this to organize the next forum, and I just wanted to inform you that I, having contributed to the organization, the first and the second UN Ocean Conference, especially in contributing the fisheries part of it, amongst all the other parts, I would be very pleased to assist and collaborate. But some key messages that I would like to leave the thing for. It is very important to focus and implement a precautionary approach and the ecosystem approach to fisheries, considering the whole ecosystem as a whole and multi-species management. You cannot isolate the management anymore. Then, of course, as I said, we need effective implementation and enforcement and a more coherent governance body. But we need to increase scientific research and innovation and, of course, increase fishery knowledge, because a lot of the people, we have to raise awareness of the importance of the things. But last and the most important, I will say, is collaboration. Collaboration at all levels, coordination, collaboration at global, regional, national, and local level. And I think if I say some words about the international level, we have been working a lot. We need an interagency, inter-UN agency collaboration and coordination. For example, in the last 10 years, we have focusing as IUCN in enhancing the collaboration between the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and the fisheries bodies, FAO and regional fisheries bodies. This is an important, it's done a lot of progress, and there's a lot more to be done. And in this regard, there is a very important dialogue that has been organized by the CBD. And it's the third meeting that is taking place next month in Korea, bringing together all the regional seas organizations and the regional fisheries bodies. And this is one of the most important, the dialogue between the two different agencies at global level. This has to also take place at national and regional and national level. And of course, we need an intersectorial collaboration. The sea is shared by a lot of activities. Indeed. And we need the different sectors to have a dialogue and collaborate together. And just as an important note, as maybe it hasn't been mentioned, as you know, this year is the most important event that everybody has been waiting for, is the adoption by the CBD at the COP in December of the post-20 biodiversity framework. Out of the 21 targets, the new targets proposed that will be adopted, 17 of them relate to fisheries. Yeah. So I think it will be very important to engage and there will be a lot of activity and collaboration opportunity for ministries of fisheries with the environment. A lot of this, of course, it's in the making, but...
Thank you very much.
Okay. And partnerships, okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think these last pieces of information were extremely important. We need to develop them and follow them up further.
And this collaboration is between sectors, between agencies, between ministries.
And this is the purpose also of this forum, to develop synergies at all possible levels. Thank you very much. I would like now to invite the moderator of the next panel, Ms. Koutina, to take the floor.
Hello. Thank you very much for being here with us today. We are passing now to the next session about sustainable blue economy. We have with us today two representatives from two financial institutions that are very active in the field of sustainable blue economy. Thank you both for being here with us today. I would like to ask first Mr. Herrera Martinez to talk to us about EBRD.
Well, thank you, Virginia. And thank you for the kind invitation to speak here today. It was actually a pleasure to hear the previous speaker to speak about partnerships, because this is precisely what we've been trying to build with Juan and with the colleagues from EIB. I'll go into it later on, but it was actually a great surprise to see the highlighting of partnerships in order to address the global blue commons. So I would have been delighted to be with you in person in beautiful Athens, but the pandemic has had a silver lining. We can now join remotely without in these important meetings without increasing our carbon footprint. So addressing the question of why is sustainable blue economy important for development finance? Well, first of all, because as you've heard before today, water means life. Our oceans cover 70% of the Earth's surface, and they are about home to about 80% of the life in the world. They generate 50% of the oxygen we need and absorb 25% of the CO2 emissions. So they're the livelihood of billions of people in coastal communities, and those depend directly from the resources the ocean provides. And we find ourselves nowadays in the blue version of a tragedy of the commons. So the health of the oceans is declining at an unprecedented rate, with 90% of the world fisheries being overfished, as the previous speaker highlighted before. More than 8 million tons of plastic end up in our oceans per year, and is expected to be tripled by 2040. Oil spills, harmful invasive species, fertilizer, pesticide pollution, algae growth, acidifications, all these issues are actually depleting the blue resources and putting the marine ecosystems at the brink of collapse. On the other hand, resolving these projects in a sustainable manner and managing marine resources offers huge opportunities for economic development, which is what we're trying to address in development finance, and opportunities for work creation from sustainable aquaculture to offshore renewable energy. The above makes transitioning to a sustainable blue economy very relevant for the EBRD, for the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And for those of you that might not be familiar with EBRD, the EBRD was created in 1991 as a transition bank. In fact, to help build a new post-Cold War era in Central and Eastern Europe and in Central Asia. Then we expanded to Turkey, to Southern Eastern Mediterranean, and soon we will be expanding to Sub-Saharan Africa. So since it was created, EBRD has had the sustainability concept and sustainable development embodied in its mandate. Our business model actually combines investments, about 11 billion per year. We do in 500 projects roughly per year, with technical assistance to clients for project preparation and implementation and monitoring, and policy dialogue to create the enabling environment that accelerates green and also blue transformation in the countries where we operate. So to date, we've signed about 36 billion in green investments, financed over 2,000 green projects, and are expected to yield more than 100 million tons of CO2 emissions. To give you a reference, those are the emissions combined of Bulgaria, Croatia, and Serbia, to quote neighborhood countries to Greece. And together with the rest of the NDBs and linking to the previous discussion, we're working towards incorporating biodiversity and nature conservation in all our activities. Just like for climate, nature-related risks need to be assessed, valued, and especially in the sense of supply chains, considering supply chains. So the sustainable use and protection of water and marine resources is a key sustainability driver for our shareholders, our stakeholders, as reflected in the EU taxonomy environmental objectives, and I think Juan will address later on, and are an essential element for the delivery of EBRD sustainability mandate. So these are the main reasons why promoting a sustainable blue economy is of great importance for the EBRD.
Thank you very much. I wanted also to ask you what are some examples and maybe your future plans, like something more to understand how EBRD plans to move forward with the sustainable blue economy.
Thank you, Virginia. In fact, we plan to move forward together with our colleagues from EIB and from the other regional development agencies. Just for the last 3 decades, in fact, we started looking into the specific blue economy relatively recently. When our colleagues from EIB and WWF and the Commission, invited us to join the blue economy finance principles. And then when we started looking at the numbers, we actually realized that we had done more than on blue economy than we thought. And I'll go into some numbers and some examples. For the last 3 decades, we've invested about 7 billion euros to a total project value of 20 billion euros in sustainable blue economy investments. And I think the most prevalent example of all this is the Northern Dimension Environmental Partnership, in which the EIB is also part of. To which EIB is also part of. Since 2001, the EBRD hosted this NDP, this Northern Dimension Environmental Partnership, that supports wastewater treatment and solid waste management to help reverse eutrophication and environmental degradation in the Gulf of Finland and the overall Baltic Sea. So this was a call by the government of Finland and the EU Commission in 2001. So, results are monitored by the Helsinki Convention, and it's been recorded that the NDP has helped drop phosphorus and nitrogen levels by 60% and 20% respectively in the Gulf of Finland. Ecosystems in the region are slowly recovering, and populations of, for example, seals and white-tailed eagles seem to be coming back. So a very pollution prevention mechanism has had a very tangible and very clear ecosystem and biodiversity impacts, which is important. They are important to be monitored. So our experience in the Baltic Sea provides a very meaningful lesson that we need to focus on ecosystems and in achieving systemic impact to address local challenges. And that's where partnerships are key. On the other hand, there's a lot to be done, and in the Baltic and elsewhere. I mean, if you look at the report of HELCOM, it actually praises the work done, but it also, it reflects the bad state the Baltic is still in. So there's a lot to be done, and a region in EBRD, also for EIB, faces quite complex challenges. The environmental degradation of the Mediterranean, the Black Sea, the Atlantic coasts is huge due to overfishing and treated water and real estate overdevelopment. So we know that the Mediterranean is home to 450 million people, and it hosts 8% of the world marine biodiversity. Yet only a fraction of the sewage water in some regions is actually properly treated. So 230,000 tons of plastic leak into this sea every year, with a potential to double it by 2040. So to address these problems, we finance quite ambitious projects, especially in Egypt and Jordan. Together with EIB, we actually help rehabilitate the Kitchener Drain in Egypt, one of the most polluted areas in the Nile Delta. And with that, improve the environmental social conditions of more than 5 million people in 11 districts in Egypt. We've also financed in the Fayoum governorship the treatment of water in the Fayoum lakes. And in Jordan, we financed the construction of a very large wastewater treatment facility that serves 6 million people, including 500,000 Syrian refugees in the Amman area. And recently, to accelerate the contribution towards cleaner seas, and find marine plastic pollution, we joined EIB, the French Development Agency, CDP, ECO, and KfW in the Clean Oceans Initiative. And in February this year, we committed jointly to actually provide at least 4 million euros in marine pollution prevention projects. But the Mediterranean actually requires more decisive action. So together with EIB and KfW and the Union of the Mediterranean, which is key as a political actor, and in order to achieve this systemic change at the heart of a region, we have proposed to replicate the partnership that NDP kind of embodies into the Mediterranean region. A blue Mediterranean partnership to clean up and preserve what the Romans called our sea, Mare Nostrum. And I believe that Mesogeos is how you call it in Mesogeos in Greek, right? The sea in the middle of that. So this new partnership will tackle a number of issues, from municipal environmental services, solid waste management, wastewater treatment, sustainable maritime transport and ports, coastal resilience, nature-based solutions, sustainable coastal tourism, sustainable aquaculture and fisheries, and marine renewable energy. And all these sectors have been mentioned in the previous discussions. I believe Juan Bofill, my colleague from EIB, with who we closely work, will provide more details in all these areas. So these investments would be supported by policy dialogue, which is, I think, a key pillar in what we've done in the Northern Dimension, in order to actually trigger reforms to strengthen the legal and regulatory frameworks to protect the marine environment in the countries where we operate. I mean, the proposal is to actually work in the southern and eastern Mediterranean, outside the EU, because the EU has its own special framework and funds. So, and with these ideas and commitments, we would like to actually help create momentum ahead of the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh this November, to also make that forum a relevant forum for the protection of our seas, right, and especially of the Mediterranean. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is very important to state that we need all together in a common action to actually address these issues. I would like now to pass to Mr. Bofill from the EIB. Thank you very much for being here with us today. I know that you have a presentation with you, so I will give you the floor to start, and we can have further discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you the organizers, the American Chamber of Commerce, for inviting me to participate in this interesting forum. Unfortunately, as my colleague and friend Adonai, I couldn't be there, but I would have liked to. So I can say only Kalimera is the only word that I can say in Greek, in Greece. I don't know if you know the European Investment Bank, so I will briefly say some things about it. The European Investment Bank is the EU bank. Basically, the shareholders are the 27 countries, member states, and basically we invest in projects. That's our main goal in order to promote the EU's policies. But inside these projects, we have many that we can call blue economy activities, blue economy projects. I will try to see if this works. Okay, perfect. So, for example, in the sectors that we are dealing with, what we call blue economy in the EIB, are the ones that you have in the screen, which basically are water, fisheries, port infrastructure, marine recovery energy, renewable energy, solid waste management, marine coastal tourism, shipping, coastal protection, and research and development. And in terms of funds, what we can say is that every year we invest at least 60 billion euro in projects, and a big proportion is something like this, because I can name, for example, the ones in water. Usually we invest like 3 billion euro in water projects. That's just as an example of the volume that we're talking about here. So, as Adonai said, we have a very close collaboration with other entities. I think as the champion in collaboration is EBRD, and I'm very glad to be here also in the same panel in terms of many in the future collaboration and the current collaboration. Here, what have in the screen several examples of what we do in this regard, all initiatives we have. For example, we also were a co-founder of the Sustainable Blue Economy Financing Principles in 2018, together with other institutions. We also are one of the financiers that started the Clean Oceans Initiative together with other colleagues. I will explain briefly more in detail what we do there. And also we, since the beginning, since 2002, which is a long 20 years ago, we are pushing for offshore wind in order to also to fulfill all our targets for climate change mitigation. Also, we are doing what we have our own facility, which is called Blue SOS. So for all the projects or all the sectors not covered by the Clean Oceans Initiative, which is basically tackling plastic pollution, we have our own initiative, internal our own commitment to finance other blue economy projects. And also we have invested in funds, created in funds like Portugal Blue. We also collaborate with the EC, and recently we have signed an MOU with Asian Development Bank, which is an area that we also covered, but very not in a wide range. The Clean Oceans Initiative, the 6 institutions that are there are the proud members of it. We saw that there's a huge problem with plastics. We know all the data, all the details, all the numbers that we are having, like 8 million tons of plastics are discharged every year into the ocean, all 8 million metric tons, which is a lot. And also we see for also our internal research that at least 1.5 million tons of microplastics are discharged as well into the oceans. No, in the screen you can see the balls, and the little balls, red balls. This means the plastic pollution that is being discharged. So we have, as you can see, in Asia Pacific, it's really dramatic. Also in Latin America, it's quite important. You cannot see even these islands like Cuba and Dominican Republic because of the size of the boat. And also in the northern Africa is also a significant problem. For example, the Nile, I see that it's not very large, but the Nile is huge. And projects like the Kitchener Drain, the one that Adonai was explaining, is one of the projects that we're investing in order to reduce this problem. No? A basic story, Adonai has already mentioned this, that the goal is to finance up to 4 billion euro in projects up until 2025, projects that have a significant impact in reduction of plastics into the oceans. So currently, we are in 2022, we're almost half. I would say that we are more than half, 50% of the target. So I think we are quite on track, but always looking for more projects and with technical assistance, trying to find the best projects to address this issue. The sectors are solid waste management, innovative plastics projects, urban stormwater management, and wastewater treatment plants. I will not stop much in that. The other strategy that we have in the bank, which is the sustainable sustainable ocean strategy, it's our own strategy, or the facility. The idea is to cover everything that is not covered by the Clean Oceans Initiative, together with these partners, which is investing as much as we can in coastal protection, sustainable seafood, green shipping, and also research and development initiatives. This initiative has a target of 2.5 billion up to 2023. We are more or less also a little bit in the 40% of this target, and always looking for more and more projects in this regard. So I think that's in relation to the presentation. I just can only concur the importance of the partnerships, and we are pushing, and we are more than delighted to be able to first to collaborate more in the facilities that we have, and also new facilities, at the one that Adonai was mentioning, the BlueMed Fund, BlueMed Partnership. We are also looking at that, and we will be quite happy to continue our collaboration, because the goal, I didn't mention the importance of the ocean, because probably was mentioned in all this, every panel said how much CO2 the oceans attract, but I thought it was more important to show what we do and what we would like to do more, of course.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bofill. I would also like to ask you something more technical, let's say, since you are also the secretary of the Group for Water and Waste Activities of the EU Taxonomy. And I would like for you to explain to us how the EU Taxonomy will and can actually influence the sustainable blue economy and the Mediterranean.
Yeah, sure. Well, for those that are not very familiar with the taxonomy, this is one exercise or one work that the Commission is working on. I mean, it was created a platform, technical platform, in order to address or check all the economy, all the activities in the economy, in order to find the activities that could be declared as sustainable, because they have a substantial contribution to one of the 6 environmental objectives and not harming the others. No, so the idea is that the activities are looked from the perspective of having this sustainable contribution compared with several thresholds, thresholds of performance, for example. So so far, the taxonomy or the economy or the platform has already prepared two taxonomies of the climate change mitigation and the climate change adaptation, and currently we are working on the other 4 objectives. And one of them is called a name which is really relevant for us, which is sustainable use and protection of water and marine resources. No? So far, it was published a report this March, where several activities are already included there in this report, and these activities are already addressing what thresholds they will need to be fulfilled in this activity, in the performance of the activities, in order to be considered as aligned with the taxonomy. And the ones relevant for the blue economy and also for the Mediterranean, as for example, fishing. Fishing is already included in the report in March. Flood risk prevention and protection against coastal floods is, for example, included. Nature-based solution for protection of coastal waters, restoration of marine resources, and also other important activities that reduce pollution, for example, urban wastewater treatment and solid waste. So once the taxonomy is adopted, besides of this that was adopted in December 2021, the one related to climate, this were already adopted by the Parliament, but the other 4 will probably adopted during 2023. It's not yet known, but it will be probably adopted. So once this is in place, it will be a clear definition for the financial institutions of what's sustainable, what's green, especially in the EU, but other institutions outside the EU might take this taxonomy as a reference. So for example, the EU, the EIB is already applying the criteria of the climate taxonomy, and will apply the criteria in the future, in this criteria for what's sustainable or what is not sustainable. And of course, we have commitments, and we have our climate bank roadmap. The commitment is that at least 50% of our financing in 2025 has to be sustainable, has to be in this aligned with this taxonomy. So I think it would be important, very relevant.
Thank you very much. This is something that actually gives for everyone a list and how and the levels in order for activities to be aligned with the EU taxonomy, which makes it very important. Thank you very much. I don't know if you want something to add. But okay, so I would like to ask for the next facilitator to join us. Thank you very much for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to welcome Petros Varellidis, Secretary General in the Ministry of Environment and Energy and Water. I must confess that Petros Varellidis is the longest standing, high-ranking civil servant in the Ministry of the Environment, with the various denominations that this ministry has taken in the course of the 30 last years. And in that respect, Mr. Varellidis τα έχει δει όλα to say it in perfect English, has developed all the relevant legislation, environmental legislation in Greece to implement the European Union environmental acquis, has been very active in the last Greek presidency and in the Cypriot presidency, as Greece has provided support to Cyprus. And of course, now he's acting with a more political capacity as the Secretary General. So it is a real pleasure to have this open discussion with Petros Varilidis, who can share with us his experiences, starting with the challenge that Greece will face, as we have been privileged to host in 2024 the Oceans Summit, which will take place in Greece. You will be for sure there, as you are the key player in the Ministry on all these issues. And therefore, I do believe that this will be an opportunity for Greece, on the one hand, to provide its own footprint and input in this important conference. I was listening to Secretary John Kerry the other day, who was praising Greece and expressing his, let's say, congratulations for Greece hosting this important conference. So let's start with the challenge on this, as this is a very broad umbrella under which all the issues on blue economy, on marine environment, on fisheries, on climate impacts on oceans and seas will be discussed.
Thank you, Yorgos, very much, and I would like to thank the American Greek Chamber for the invitation. Of course, we know each other many years. We've been together in Brussels for many years, so it's always a pleasure discussing these issues with you. I think the Ocean Conference is an opportunity for us. That's the reality of things. And I'm not talking about Greece now. I'm talking about the Ministry of Environment, because having the obligation to organize such a world-class event, inevitably the marine issues are brought at the foreground. So that is for us a big opportunity to get more attention to the problems, the environmental issues, do more things, creates an obligation, moral, political, and in terms of resources, we need to put more resources, and we can ask for more resources in order to do more for the marine environment. Of course, the oceans have many different aspects that have to do with Greece and the Greek identity, I would say, because the sea is intrinsically connected with how we are determining ourselves. It's part of ourselves. Good marine environments, but also shipping. It's a big sector that many issues, big transformation. We're trying to have this decarbonization in the shipping sector. It's not easy because technology is not mature enough, and there are the specificities of the shipping sector that ships need to be able to get the green fuel in Piraeus, but also in Nigeria or in Brazil or in the States or in China, everywhere. So many difficulties, but I think we are trying to be at the forefront of all these issues, including greening shipping, including marine litter. And of course, many things need to be done, but also a lot of things have been done already.
Επειδή υπάρχει διερμηνία και στα ελληνικά, από τα ελληνικά στα αγγλικά και το αντίστροφο, θα ήθελα να περάσουμε τώρα και λίγο στη μητρική μας γλώσσα, για να πω ότι το 2024 δεν θα φιλοξενήσουμε μόνο την παγκόσμια διάσκεψη για τους ωκεανούς και τις θάλασσες, αλλά είναι και η ημερομηνία στην οποία προγραμματίζεται να υπογραφεί η διεθνής σύμβαση με πρωτοβουλία της UNEP σε ό,τι αφορά την προστασία του θαλάσσιου περιβάλλοντος, με την κατάργηση, την καταπολέμηση, γιατί κατάργηση θα είναι πολύ δύσκολο να έχουμε, της ρύπανσης από τα πλαστικά. Μια πάρα πολύ σημαντική διεθνής παγκόσμια συμφωνία, στην οποία αναφέρθηκαν προηγούμενοι ομιλητές, και υπό την έννοια αυτή χρονικά θα συμπέσουν αυτοί οι δύο μεγάλοι σταθμοί. Θα έλεγα λοιπόν ποια μπορεί να είναι η συμβολή μας ως η χώρα που θα φιλοξενήσει την παγκόσμια διάσκεψη και στην εκπόνηση αυτής της σύμβασης, στην οποία βέβαια η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση θα είναι συμβαλόμενο μέρος. Όπως πολύ καλά γνωρίζεις, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση κυρώνει πάντοτε τις διεθνείς συμβάσεις, οι οποίες με αυτόν τον τρόπο γίνονται μέρος του ευρωενωσιακού κεκτημένου. Παρ' όλα αυτά, στις συζητήσεις που γίνονται στα όργανα της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, τα κράτη-μέλη συμβάλλουν πάντοτε μέσω των οργάνων της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης με τον δικό τους τρόπο. Και όπως πολύ σωστά είπες, ένα από τα μεγάλα διακυβεύματα για τη χώρα μας είναι η ρύπανση από την ναυτιλία. Είμαστε η πρώτη δύναμη παγκοσμίως, ναυτιλιακή δύναμη. Τα διακυβεύματα της ενεργειακής κρίσης για την ναυτιλία είναι μεγάλα. Μπαίνουμε πλέον στην ενεργειακή μετάβαση και για την ναυτιλία, με νέας μορφής καύσιμα, με υβριδικά, ηλεκτρικά πλοία, αύριο πλοία υδρογόνου. Υπό την έννοια λοιπόν αυτή, το αποτύπωμα της ναυτιλίας είναι ένα πολύ σημαντικό διακύβευμα, και όπως πολύ καλά γνωρίζεις, στο Fit for 55 υπάρχουν συζητήσεις, γίνονται συζητήσεις και σε ό,τι αφορά την επέκταση του ETS, του συστήματος εμπορίας ρήπων στην ναυτιλία. Καλύπτει ήδη την αεροπλοεία. Είναι λοιπόν πολύ σημαντικά τα θέματα αυτά. Ο χρόνος μέχρι το 2024 δεν είναι μεγάλος και υπό την έννοια αυτή θα πρέπει στο πλαίσιο της προετοιμασίας αυτής η χώρα μας να είναι έτοιμη να καταθέσει τις απόψεις της και στα όργανα της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, αλλά και στην παγκόσμια αυτή διάσκεψη.
Κοιτάξτε, στο ζήτημα της συζήτησης εντός του πλαισίου της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, προφανώς η Ελλάδα προσπαθεί να έχει έναν πολύ ενεργό ρόλο, ειδικά σε ζητήματα ναυτιλίας. Θα έλεγα ότι προσπαθεί να έχει έναν πρωταγωνιστικό ρόλο, δεδομένου ότι, και αυτό πολλές φορές το ξεχνάει η Κομισιόν, δεδομένου ότι το 58% της ευρωπαϊκής ναυτιλίας είναι ελληνόκτητη. Και ανάλογα με το πώς μετράς τα νούμερα, μπορεί να είναι και παραπάνω. Έτσι, και δεν θέλω να επεκταθώ, αλλά είναι νομίζω σαφές αυτό που λέω. Άρα, επομένως, οποιασδήποτε λύσεις γίνονται για εμάς χωρίς εμάς, είναι λύσεις οι οποίες δεν μπορούν να περπατήσουν, και αυτό νομίζω ότι το καθιστούμε σαφές σε όλα τα επίπεδα. Απ' την άλλη, ταυτόχρονα, η ελληνική κυβέρνηση, προεξάρχοντος του ίδιου του Πρωθυπουργού, έχει επανειλημμένως τονίσει, και νομίζω σε αυτό έχει καταφέρει να φέρει και πιο κοντά την εφοπλιστική κοινότητα, που αρχικά ήταν λίγο διστακτική, ότι υποστηρίζει ένθερμα την απανθρακοποίηση της ναυτιλίας και όλες τις σχετικές προσπάθειες. Απλά αυτό που θέλουμε να διασφαλίσουμε είναι ότι αυτό θα γίνει με έναν δίκαιο και σωστό τρόπο, έτσι ώστε να διασφαλίζεται ο υγιής ανταγωνισμός και να μην ευνοούνται κάποιοι εις βάρος κάποιων άλλων. Θεωρούμε δεδομένη την συμπερίληψη της ναυτιλίας στο ETS, με συστηματικές παρεμβάσεις μας σε όλα τα επίπεδα, ξεκινώντας από τον Πρωθυπουργό, όπως είπα. Νομίζω ότι έχουμε καταφέρει να βελτιώσουμε σημαντικά τους κανόνες ένταξης της ναυτιλίας στο ETS, έτσι ώστε και λειτουργικό να είναι και δίκαιο να είναι. Σε ό,τι αφορά το marine litter, τα θαλάσσια απορρίμματα, που κυρίως αναφερόμαστε στα πλαστικά απορρίμματα, είναι προφανές ότι η συζήτηση σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο υπολείπεται πολύ των ευρωπαϊκών κανόνων και προτύπων. Εκεί προσπαθούμε, λειτουργώντας ως υπόδειγμα για τις άλλες χώρες, να στρέψουμε την παγκόσμια κοινότητα προς μέτρα που ήδη η Ευρώπη έχει πάρει. Αυτό δεν σημαίνει ότι όλα τα μέτρα που έχουμε πάρει, παράδειγμα για τα πλαστικά μίας χρήσης, είναι εξίσου αποτελεσματικά. Κάποια είναι περισσότερο αποτελεσματικά, κάποια είναι λιγότερο αποτελεσματικά, ενδεχομένως κάποια να αποδειχτούν και επιβλαβή στο μέλλον, σε ό,τι αφορά ειδικά το πώς επηρεάζουν τη ρύπανση από τα μικροπλαστικά. Πάντως, η αλήθεια είναι ότι η Ευρώπη ενεργεί, είναι πολύ active στον τομέα της καταπολέμησης της ρύπανσης από θαλάσσια πλαστικά και βέβαια αναμένουμε να δούμε και τις προτάσεις για τα μικροπλαστικά, έτσι, το οποίο είναι η επόμενη απειλή και ταυτόχρονα εμείς σε εθνικό επίπεδο παίρνουμε και εμείς μέτρα και συμπληρωματικά σε αυτά που έχουν ληφθεί σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο προκειμένου να μπορέσουμε να πετύχουμε τις στόχους μας. Ταυτόχρονα κάνουμε αρκετές εκστρατείες καθαρισμού και εδώ πρέπει να επενέσουμε και την ιδιωτική πρωτοβουλία, γιατί έχουμε πολλές εκστρατείες καθαρισμού της θάλασσας και των ακτών και της θάλασσας που χρηματοδοτούνται από ιδιωτική πρωτοβουλία, πολύ σημαντικό, και νομίζω ότι πρέπει να χτίσουμε πάνω σε αυτό το momentum που υπάρχει προκειμένου αυτό να διευρυνθεί ακόμα περισσότερο.
Παρουσιάστηκαν οι πρωτοβουλίες αυτές, αναφέρθηκε και ο κύριος Κεδίκογλου στην αλίευση πλαστικών και μάλιστα και στο παράδειγμα της Σαμοργού που αποτελεί καλή πρακτική. Το Ίδρυμα Λασκαρίδη στις ποσότητες που ανασύρονται από τον βυθό των θαλασσών, τεράστιες ποσότητες. Δυστυχώς η ποιότητα των ανακυκλώσιμων αυτών υλικών είναι πολύ κακή, διότι έχουν μείνει για πολλά χρόνια στο βυθό και δεν μπορούν να ανακυκλωθούν. Και υπό την έννοια αυτή, μια πρόταση την οποία θα ήθελα να σας καταθέσω είναι, αντί να καταλήξουν σε χιτά, μια που γνωρίζουμε ότι χιτά στο μέλλον θα μπορούν να δεχθούν μόνο το 10%, το υπόλοιμα δηλαδή του υπολείμματος, μήπως για αυτής της φύσης τα απόβλητα, όπως και για συγκεκριμένες κατηγορίες επικινδύνων νοσοκομιακών αποβλήτων κορονοϊού, δυστυχώς έχουμε ακόμη απόβλητα κορονοϊού, θα μπορούσαμε να ξεκινήσουμε με συστήματα αεριοποίησης. Υπάρχουν νέα πιλωτικά συστήματα αεριοποίησης, τα οποία ενδείκνυνται για αυτού του τύπου τα απορρίμματα. Οι πρωτοβουλίες όμως αυτές για να ανασύρουμε από το βυθό των θαλασσών τα απόβλητα είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικές και θα ήθελα στο σημείο αυτό να σας ενημερώσω, κυρίες και κύριοι, ότι ο κύριος Βαρελίδης είναι δεινός ψαροντουφεκάς, γνωρίζει πολύ καλά το βυθό και υπό την έννοια αυτή θα ήθελα να τον ρωτήσω, έθεσα πολλά ερωτήματα κύριε Βαρελίδη, ποια είναι η εικόνα που έχει ένας ψαροντουφεκάς ο οποίος ψαρεύει τα τελευταία, δεν ξέρω, 15-20 χρόνια, δεν θέλω να υπερβάλλω, 30 χρόνια, με την εξέλιξη...
40 χρόνια.
40 χρόνια, ναι. Δεν φαίνεται η ηλικία. Και με δεδομένο ότι η οδηγία και η εθνική νομοθεσία για τα μιας χρήσης πλαστικά έχει αρχίσει να εφαρμόζεται, άρα φαντάζομαι ότι θα βλέπετε λιγότερες πλαστικές σακούλες, αλλά τα απόβλητα του παρελθόντος, τα πλαστικά, θα είναι πάντα εκεί και θα είναι πολλά. Έθεσα λοιπόν πολλά ερωτήματα. Υπάρχει κάποια πρόοδος με την εφαρμογή της οδηγίας για τα μιας χρήσης πλαστικά? Πώς βλέπετε το βυθό? Και ένα τελευταίο ερώτημα, το οποίο συζητήσαμε και με τον Υφυπουργό κύριο Κεδίκογλου, επειδή έχει αυξηθεί η θερμοκρασία στη Μεσόγειο λόγω της κλιματικής αλλαγής, έχουμε δυστυχώς τους τροπικούς εισβολείς, invasive alien species. Μας είπε λοιπόν κάτι πολύ ενδιαφέρον ο Υπουργός, το οποίο θα ήθελα να μας επιβεβαιώσεις, ότι το λεοντόψαρο, όπως το είπε, μαγειρεύεται. Και
είναι πάρα πολύ νόστιμο.
Ναι, και μάλιστα,
εγώ έφαγα χθες το βράδυ συγκεκριμένα.
Ναι, και μάλιστα αποτελεί delicatesse. Στα αγγλικά πώς το λέμε, lion fish. Λεοντόψαρο, lion fish. Αποτελεί delicatesse. Αντίθετα, ο λαγοκέφαλος είναι επικίνδυνος και μάλιστα μας είπε ότι ένα ψάρι, δεν άκουσα καλά, δεν κατάλαβα καλά, λαγοκέφαλος στην Κρήτη δάγκωσε μία κυρία, μάλιστα στο δάχτυλο του ποδιού της, και υπήρξε και κάποιο ατύχημα. Έθεσα λοιπόν πολλά ερωτήματα, αλλά επειδή ξέρω ότι συνθέτεις πάντοτε και ότι μπορείς να μας απαντήσεις συνολικά, ο λόγος είναι σε εσένα.
Καταρχήν σίγουρα η κυρία ήταν νόστιμη, τουλάχιστον για το λαγόψαρο.
Λαγόψαρο, ναι.
Τώρα, σε ό,τι αφορά το κομμάτι του τι κάνουμε τα πλαστικά που αλλιεύουμε από τη θάλασσα, Θα έλεγα ότι ναι, οι διάφορες τεχνικές αποτέφρωσης είναι μια βιώσιμη λύση και σωστή λύση. Θα έλεγα τεχνικά είναι μια απολύτως σωστή λύση. Υπάρχει ένα ερώτημα κάθε φορά αν τεχνικο-οικονομικά είναι η σωστή λύση. Γιατί φυσικά κάθε πράγμα έχει ένα κόστος. Έτσι. Άρα εκεί είναι κάτι το οποίο πρέπει να το δούμε, αλλά σε καμία περίπτωση δεν πρέπει να δαιμονοποιούμε την αποτέφρωση. Το αντίθετο, είναι μια βιομηχανική διεργασία απολύτως ελεγχόμενη, που σημαίνει ότι το τι βγαίνει, η ρήπη, το τι βγαίνει από την καμινάδα είναι απολύτως ελεγχόμενο σε αντίθεση με ένα χιτά, έτσι, που είναι ένα ολίγον χαοτικό.
Και εκπέμπουν και μεθάνιο.
Εκπέμπει μεθάνιο, πιάνει φωτιές κάθε 3 και λίγο, έτσι, έχει πολλά θέματα. Και η χημική ανακύκλωση είναι μια άλλη λύση για τα ανάμεικτα πλαστικά, γιατί ένας λόγος που δεν μπορούν να ανακυκλωθούν είναι ότι είναι και πολλά διαφορετικά είδη. Άρα αυτές τις δύο βλέπω σαν βασικές λύσεις. Διαδικασίες αποτέφρωσης, αεριοποίηση είναι η πιο σύγχρονη.
Με παραγωγή ενέργειας.
Ναι, με παραγωγή ενέργειας προφανώς. Και χημική ανακύκλωση. Τώρα, σε ό,τι αφορά το πώς είναι οι θάλασσές μας σε σχέση με το παρελθόν. Θα έλεγα στο βάθος αυτών των 40 χρόνια κάνω ψαροντούφεκο, 47 χρόνια παρακολουθώ συστηματικά τη θάλασσα με τη μάσκα. Πριν πηγαίνα με τον πατέρα μου, τον ακολουθούσα και ψάρευα αυτός και εγώ κοίταζα. Παλιότερα δεν υπήρχαν καθόλου πλαστικά στη θάλασσα. Θα έλεγα πριν από 30 χρόνια το πρόβλημα άρχισε να γίνεται εμφανές, κυρίως με τη μορφή πλαστικών σακουλών, αργότερα και πλαστικών συσκευασιών και πλαστικών μπουκαλιών. Οι πλαστικές σακούλες έχουν μειωθεί, οι πλαστικές συσκευασίες όχι τόσο, θα έλεγα. Εξακολουθούν και τις βλέπεις συχνά. Βλέπεις πάρα πολλά πλαστικά μπουκάλια, δυστυχώς, περισσότερα από ό,τι στο παρελθόν, επειδή έχουν αυξηθεί τα σκάφη και τα παίρνει ο αέρας από τα σκάφη και έχει αυξηθεί ο τουρισμός και άρα πάνε στη θάλασσα, μετά μπαίνει το νερό μέσα, βυθίζονται. Και αυτό που δυστυχώς βλέπουμε και παρατηρούμε το τελευταίο καιρό είναι κομμάτια πλαστικού, μικρά κομμάτια πλαστικού, τα οποία έχω την υποψία ότι προέρχονται από βιοπλαστικά. Και ο λόγος είναι ότι τα βιοπλαστικά για να αποδομηθούν, που αποδομούνται, χρειάζονται όμως συνθήκες αναερόβιας κομποστοποίησης, δηλαδή συνθήκες βιομηχανικής κομποστοποίησης. Κάτι το οποίο στη φύση δεν υπάρχει. Με αποτέλεσμα στη φύση απλώς να σπάνε σε μικρά κομμάτια και να είναι ακόμα πιο δύσκολη η συλλογή τους και ακόμα μεγαλύτερο το πρόβλημα που δημιουργείται. Άρα είναι ένα θέμα το οποίο το βλέπουμε και κοιτάμε να δούμε και νομοθετικά πώς θα το αντιμετωπίσουμε σε εθνικό επίπεδο και φυσικά πρέπει να αντιμετωπιστεί και σε πανευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο. Σε ό,τι αφορά τα invasive alien species, που φαντάζομαι θυμάσαι ότι είμαι ο βασικός συγγραφέας του ευρωπαϊκού κανονισμού, θα έλεγα ότι το πρώτο invasive alien species στην χώρα μας, μακράν, είναι ένα ψάρι που λέγεται Γερμανός, το οποίο εμφανίστηκε πριν από περίπου 20-25 χρόνια σε ευρεία γεωγραφική εξάπλωση, το οποίο επίσης τρώγεται. Στην Κύπρο έχει μια τιμή γύρω στα 10 με 15 ευρώ, όμως δεν είναι τόσο νόστιμο κατά την προσωπική μου γνώμη. Τα τελευταία 4-5 χρόνια έχουν εμφανιστεί τα λεοντόψαρα. Θα έλεγα ότι φέτος έχουν πολύ μεγάλη εξάπλωση, δηλαδή έχουν ένα ταχύτατο ρυθμό εξάπλωσης. Χαρακτηριστικά θέλω να πω ότι είχα πάει το Σαββατοκύριακο στη Μάνη για ψαροντούφεκο και το Σάββατο έβγαλα 14 λεοντόψαρα. Τα οποία όμως λεοντόψαρα είναι πάρα πολύ νόστιμα και ψητά και βραστά, ή αν είναι πιο μικρά και τηγανιτά. Είναι ένα πάρα πολύ νόστιμο ψάρι, το οποίο το συστήνω πραγματικά ανεπιφύλακτα.
Έχει γίνει τοξικολογική ανάλυση τους, μήπως έχουν...
Όχι, αφού με βλέπετε ζωντανό, επειδή έχω φάει πάρα πολλά κιλά λεοντόψαρα, σημαίνει ότι είμαστε ok. Ένα άλλο ψάρι που έχει εμφανιστεί πολύ σε ελληνικές θάλασσες είναι το λεγόμενο trumpet fish, ψάρι τρομπέτα, ένα μακρόστενο, πολύ χαρακτηριστικό, το οποίο επίσης τρώγεται, ειδικά τηγανιτό, είναι πολύ νόστιμο. Οπότε νομίζω η λύση είναι αυτή πρακτικά.
Άρα μόνο το λαγόψαρο, πώς λέγεται
ο λαγοκέφαλος.
Ο λαγοκέφαλος είναι το μόνο, ας το πούμε, επικίνδυνο που απειλεί και την βιοποικιλότητα και μας έλεγε χαρακτηριστικά ο κύριος Κεδίκο ότι επειδή δεν υπάρχουν καρχαρίες στη Μεσόγειο, οι οποίοι υπάρχουν πολύ λίγοι βέβαια, οι οποίοι τρέφονται από αυτά τα ψάρια, γι' αυτό και αυξάνει ο πληθυσμός του.
Πάντως δεν είναι τόσο επεκτατικό όσο είναι το λεοντόψαρο, για παράδειγμα, ή ο Γερμανός, έτσι.
Ναι. Προφανώς το λεοντόψαρο θα γίνει έδεσμα σε όλες τις ψαροταβέρνες της χώρας μας και μπορεί να γίνει και εξαγωγή ενδεχομένως. Το μόνο που ελπίζω είναι να μην γίνουν υδατοκαλλιέργειες, ηχθειοκαλλιέργειες με λεοντόψαρο.
Υπάρχουν τόσα πολλά στη θάλασσα που δεν...
Να κλείσω ίσως με μία παρατήρηση. Έχετε πολύ δίκιο ότι εμφανίζονται νέας μορφής πλαστικά. Εάν πάτε σε μία παραλία, θα σας φέρουν το Νεσκαφέ Φραπέ ή το Φρέντο ή οτιδήποτε. Το καλαμάκι όμως είναι μέσα σε ένα πλαστικό. Αυτό λοιπόν το πλαστικό, μόλις το βγάλετε, είναι τόσο ελαφρύ που το παίρνει ο αέρας. Τις περισσότερες λοιπόν φορές οι ομπρέλες στις παραλίες δεν έχουν κάδο απορριμμάτων και δεν σηκώνονται οι λουόμενοι όπως κάνω εγώ, να πάω 20 μέτρα πιο πέρα να βάλω αυτό το ελαφρύ πλαστικό στον κάδο των απορριμμάτων. Ένα λοιπόν βασικό θέμα είναι οι παραλίες να έχουν κάτω από κάθε ομπρέλα ένα κάδο απορριμμάτων.
Αλλά Γιώργο, ξέχασε το πιο βασικό.
Ναι.
Το κάπνισμα στις παραλίες.
Το κάπνισμα στις παραλίες.
Το 1992 που πήγα στην Αμερική για να κάνω το διδακτορικό μου, απαγορευόταν το κάπνισμα στην Αμερική στις παραλίες. Πηγαίναμε στον Τέλαγο, στην Dewey Beach, απαγορευόταν το κάπνισμα. Αυστηρά. Άμα κάπνιζες, κατευθείαν πέφτανε πάνω σου. Οι παραλίες μας, εδώ και πάρα πολλά χρόνια, το Μάιο είναι καθαρές και πας στο Σεπτέμβριο και είναι περισσότερα τα ποτσίγαρα στο Σχοινιά από ότι τα χάλια. Μεγάλο πρόβλημα.
Και δεν έχουν και τα σάκια, και αυτό που θα ήθελα να παρατηρήσω, επειδή ασχολήθηκες και με την Εθνική Στρατηγική για την Κυκλική Οικονομία, στη Γαλλία υπάρχει ειδικό ρεύμα για τα ποτσίγαρα. Και μάλιστα η παραγωγή τσιγάρων, πρέπει να το φτιάξουμε κι εμείς, η παραγωγή τσιγάρων πληρώνουν ακριβώς η ευθύνη του παραγωγού, ώστε να δημιουργηθεί ειδικό ρεύμα για τα αποτσίγαρα και συστήματα συλλογής.
Προβλέπεται και πρέπει μέσα στο 23 να έχει αυτή.
Ναι, είναι πραγματικά πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να γίνει και αυτό. Διαπιστώνω ότι ο χρόνος έχει περάσει. Θα ήθελα λοιπόν να σου δώσω το λόγο. Σήμερα συζητήσαμε ένα πάρα πολύ ευρύ φάσμα θεμάτων σχετικά με την εμπέδωση της κυκλικής οικονομίας στην Ανατολική Μεσόγειο, πράσινη μεγέθυνση, γαλάζια οικονομία, ψηφιακή οικονομία, νέες τεχνολογίες, βέλτιστες πρακτικές, πώς μπορούμε να προστατεύσουμε το θαλάσσιο περιβάλλον, γενικότερα όχι μόνο από τα πλαστικά, γιατί όπως ξέρεις το 85% του λίτερ των αποβλήτων είναι πλαστικά. Και προβλέπεται σε παγκόσμια τάση ότι ο αριθμός αυτός θα τριπλασιαστεί μέχρι το 2040. Είναι λοιπόν πολύ σημαντικό αυτό το διεθνές νομικό δεσμευτικό πλαίσιο, η διεθνής αυτή σύμβαση, να τεθεί σε εφαρμογή όσο πιο γρήγορα γίνεται, για να αποφύγουμε το φαινόμενο που έχουμε όλοι δει στον Ειρηνικό ή στον Ινδικό, νησιών, πλεούμενων νησιών, τα οποία έχουν τεράστια έκταση. Έχουν σχεδόν έκταση μεγαλύτερη από την Κρήτη, μεγαλύτερη από τη Μάλτα, από την Κύπρο. Να αποφευχθεί το φαινόμενο αυτό, το οποίο πραγματικά είναι τραγικό. Και διαρωτώ με γιατί πρωτοβουλίες διεθνείς δεν θα μπορούσαν να συλλέξουν αυτά τα επιφανειακά πλαστικά, τα οποία σε κάθε περίπτωση πιστεύω ότι μπορούν πιο εύκολα να αξιοποιηθούν σε αντίθεση με αυτά που βρίσκονται στο βυθό. Κλείνω εδώ για να σου δώσω το λόγο να κλείσεις με μια γενική τοποθέτηση σε ό,τι αφορά στα διακυβεύματα αυτά, και σε ενημερώνω ότι όλες οι ομιλίες της ημερίδας αυτής είναι στο YouTube, μεταδίδονται διαδικτυακά και πιστεύω ότι εάν βρεις ελεύθερο χρόνο θα ήταν πολύ ενδιαφέρον να τις παρακολουθήσεις κάποια στιγμή.
Θέλω να πω ότι το ζήτημα του θαλασσίου περιβάλλοντος δεν μπορεί να ειδωθεί ξεκομμένα από το γενικότερο πρόβλημα της ρύπανσης. Η βασική πηγή ρύπανσης του θαλάσσιου περιβάλλοντος είναι η στεριά. Αν δεν έχουμε ορθή διαχείριση στη στεριά, δεν θα έχουμε ποτέ καθαρή θάλασσα. Αυτό είναι πάρα πολύ βασικό. Νομίζω είναι και βασικό στοιχείο της διαπραγμάτευσης για την Παγκόσμια Συμφωνία, ότι θα πρέπει να δούμε τα λεγόμενα land-based sources, γιατί από εκεί είναι η μεγάλη μάζα της ρύπανσης. Δεν έχει νόημα να δαιμονοποιούμε ένα πλαστικό. Το πλαστικό είναι ένα μαγικό υλικό, γι' αυτό έχει επικρατήσει τόσο πολύ. Από εκεί και πέρα όμως πρέπει να κάνουμε σωστή διαχείριση και εκεί που δεν χρειάζεται να μην το χρησιμοποιούμε. Επίσης, θα πρέπει να θυμόμαστε ότι η ναυτιλία, ακόμα και έτσι όπως γίνεται τώρα, καίγοντας το χειρότερο είδος καυσίμου, εξακολουθεί και είναι ο πιο φιλικός προς το περιβάλλον τρόπος μεταφοράς, γιατί έχει πολύ μεγάλη ικανότητα μεταφοράς φορτίου ανά τόνο διοξιδίου του άνθρακα ή διοξιδίου του θείου ή οξυδίου του αζότου που εκπέμπει. Όμως όλη και η ναυτιλία οφείλει να συμβάλλει στην προσπάθεια για ένα καθαρότερο πλανήτη, και δεν είναι μόνο το διοξείδιο του άνθρακα, έτσι. Είναι και τα συστήματα cold ironing που προσπαθούμε να προωθήσουμε στα λιμάνια και της Ευρώπης και της Ελλάδας, προκειμένου να έχουμε ένα καθαρότερο περιβάλλον και στις πόλεις και τα λιμάνια. Είναι ένα θέμα το οποίο νομίζω μπορεί εύκολα να συνδεθεί με το μέσο πολίτη, γιατί όπως είπα στην Ελλάδα ο μέσος πολίτης τη θάλασσα την αισθάνεται ως μέρος της ταυτότητάς του, και επομένως νομίζω ότι είναι ένα στίχημα για μας ως Υπουργείο Περιβάλλοντος να μπορέσουμε να κερδίσουμε τους πόρους ανθρώπινους και οικονομικούς που απαιτούνται για να γίνουν τα δέοντα.
Θα ήθελα να σε ευχαριστήσω πάρα πολύ για την συμμετοχή σου σε αυτό το τελευταίο πάνελ και για τις τοποθετήσεις σου σε όλα αυτά τα κρίσιμα θέματα. Να ευχηθώ καλή επιτυχία. Σήμερα ξεκίνησε μια νέα πρωτοβουλία για την δημιουργία ενός Μεσογειακού Φόρουμ για μια Ανατολική Μεσόγειο χωρίς πλαστικά. Εγγενιάζει μια καλή πρακτική με τη συμβολή όλων των Αμερικανο-ελληνικών, Ισραηλινών, Κυπριακών, αύριο Αιγυπτιακών, Λιβανέζικων επιμελητηρίων, και γιατί όχι και τουρκικών, διότι όπως λέω, το confidence building αρχίζει από το περιβάλλον. Τα μέτρα οικοδόμησης εμπιστοσύνης πάντα αρχίζουν από θέματα τα οποία μας απασχολούν όλους, και υπό την έννοια αυτή νομίζω ότι υπάρχει πεδίο για να εμπλακούν όλα τα επιμελητήρια της Ανατολικής Μεσογείου, γιατί όχι και άλλα επιμελητήρια των άλλων χωρών της Μεσογείου, μια που η Μεσόγειος δεν γνωρίζει σύνορα, ώστε η καλή αυτή πρακτική, η οποία διαμορφώνεται και η οποία γενιάζεται σήμερα με τη συμμετοχή έγκριτων ομιλητών και την επισήμανση βέλτιστων πρακτικών, να διαχυθεί ευρύτερα και να καταλήξει πολλές φορές και σε νομικά δεσμευτικά νομοθετήματα, τόσο σε εθνικό επίπεδο όσο και σε επίπεδο Union for the Mediterranean ή Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, ή και στην παγκόσμια διάσκεψη που θα καταλήξει σε αυτήν την νομικά δεσμευτική σύμβαση. Θερμές ευχαριστίες, καλή επιτυχία στο έργο σου.
Και εγώ.
Και θα τα ξαναπούμε με την πρώτη ευκαιρία, μια που στο πλαίσιο της πρωτοβουλίας αυτής στόχος μας είναι να υπάρχουν και στοχευμένες εκδηλώσεις. Σήμερα αρχίσαμε με ένα ευρύτερο πλαίσιο προβληματισμών που θα συνεχιστεί με πιο στοχευμένες εκδηλώσεις, τις οποίες η συμμετοχή σου θα είναι εξαιρετικά σημαντική.
Πολύ ευχαριστώ.
Ευχαριστούμε. Ναι. Dear all, I believe your patience has been exhausted. Therefore, I will just take 1 minute of your time for the closing remarks part of this first forum. I think everything has been said. I would like to express the gratitude of the Circular Economy Committee of AmCham to Mr. Bakatselos, to Mr. Spirtounias, and to the other two AmChams for the co-organization of this event. I would like to thank also the collaborators of Mr. Spirtounias for their efforts in the organization of this event, as well as the interpreters. We are looking forward to next events with the view to promoting a litter-free Eastern Mediterranean, an Eastern Mediterranean where the circular economy and the blue economy principles will prevail, an Eastern Mediterranean where cooperation, exchange of good practice, and prosperity principles will be developed. And we do believe that as our common challenge is the protection of the environment, and the environment has no borders, and the other big challenge is climate crisis, which is affecting all of us, that we will be able to join forces and to convince the other American chambers, the stakeholders in the region, the academia and the civil society to join forces with the view to further developing this best practice and these networking initiatives which will lead to a better future. We will be with Mr. Varelidis and some of you in Sharm el-Sheikh during COP27, and I do believe that we will have the opportunity to spread the message. I wanted to inform you that more than 1,000 people have been following online this event. Everything will be available also on YouTube, so feel free to share it broadly with your friends, as we need to promote dissemination. And once again, thank you for your participation and looking forward to our next events. All the best.